Hi. Hey, I know I'm not scheduled. I'm coming on a little early, but um I'm just giving people a time to see I'm on. I don't want to stay up real late tonight. I have been needing my rest a lot. There's been a lot going on. A lot. I'm in the other realms. Uh it takes a lot of energy, surprisingly. Even though I'm not dragging my body along, it takes a lot of energy to do some of this stuff. But anyway, hi, I'm D Ocean of D Ocean's Deep Blue. And hi, Scotty. And Scotty's in first, even before we start. Well, I'm going to put on the intro. I'm going to tell you that I'm D Ocean of D Ocean's Deep Blue. And love you too, dear. Um, and this is my show. We do the deepest of woo. Um, And I mean, we talk about deep subjects. If this is the kind of thing, and I mean deep spiritual and other, I mean, sometimes it's just we're talking about toxic food, or we're talking about the best supplement, or we're talking about sometimes deep spiritual stuff. Tonight is going to be quite a wild trip, is all I'm saying. So I'm going to put the intro on and give people a chance to notice that I'm on. And then when we get a few people in here, I'll start the main subject, okay? Because I don't want to have to keep repeating and explaining too much, because it's going to be tricky enough for me. Um, it bears a lot of thinking. It bears a lot of thought. It's a very this is a very deep subject. Definitely, this is deep woo here that we're into here. Scotty just talks about that anyway. Okay, so, and you're listing people that you're listing parts of your past you want to change already, huh, Scott? Okay, let me put on the intro and hope that some people find us. Which I know it's not always easy to find me, but here it is. Let's hope. Hi. Oh, Indy. It wasn't me, that's for sure. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Uh, well, and I don't know who, I can't think of anybody who has a problem with you. It must, sometimes these things happen accidentally. That's all I know. Hey, I found my crochet yarn. It certainly wasn't me because I wouldn't do that. And I made an eye patch. Okay. No, I actually made this for another purpose, but anyway. Um, some of my strange little Just for Scotty's sake, I'll say that, you know, maybe this is a bra for a fairy. I don't know. Anyway, Louie. Oh, Ta? Well, Scotty, as attractive as that is, yeah, I hope you don't get timed out. I hope you folks don't get timed out. I mean, that's darn unkind and unneighborly and um. Oh, well, right. I mean, so let's face it. If somebody was going to get timed out, it would definitely be Scotty. Considering, oh, a friend told me that her group heard a Sasquatch today. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if I'm very much for free speech, and if you're unless you're abusing somebody, if you're abusing somebody, although I tell you, sometimes if I were somebody who didn't know anything about the group and walked in sometimes on how you guys get sometimes, honestly, I would probably walk right back out and be like, what are we talking about here? What's the subject? Because the chat just takes on a life of its own and just kind of goes, whoa, around the bend and to a place that has absolutely nothing to do with anything we're talking about. And so, but if I was going to time somebody out, you would have been the first, Scotty. You were the first, Scotty. You'd be the first on my. It'd be an honor. I don't even know if I can time people out from here. Hey, Dolly. Hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly. You going either way? I didn't know you that way, Scotty. Saucy last stream. It was got very saucy. Yes, it did. I saw some saucy wrenches in here. Definitely saucy wrenches. Yeah. Oh, really, Mark? Um, is that some new kind of light language? Hi, hello, Lewis, and hello, James Ortiz, and James Ortiz, you big tease. And I'm just waiting until enough people get here because this is a subject I don't want to have to explain too many times. It's weird. Yeah, it was one streamy, just trying to fit in here. Trying to be typo king. Trying to get some kind of a prize for the worst typos or something. Sorry, but I'm the typo queen around here. My spell check fairy, my auto F up fairy is so high most of the time that she has no clue what I'm trying to say. I don't know what to think of her conduct. I love her. God knows I love her. Poor little fairy. Hard to keep up with me, I guess. Yeah. And when I speak light language, it isn't a typo. It isn't a cosmic typo, right? The naughty corner. Oh, your spell check game. Poor Scotty, his spell check just threw in the towel, walked away, and started drinking heavily. Ah, wow, yeah, you know what, Lewis? Yeah, you might hear a Bigfoot. You might hear a Bigfoot too. I hear something that could have been a Bigfoot a few times in my life. I had no idea. I thought it was maybe just people playing around, but the more I think of it, now that I know that the Bigfoot have been hanging around me for a long time, just watching the voyeurs, it could have been a Bigfoot. Smell chick? What? Oh, spell check. Ay, ay, ay. Probably just hang out over there. Well, whatever's hanging out could get cold. Ask Scotty. He doesn't wear pants. Hmm, I would think it would be cold. No, I'm not wearing pants tonight because I'm wearing a dress. I'm wearing my new dress. This is a brand new dress. Yee, I'm all dressed for success. It's a tie-dye. Or somebody's idea of a tie-dye. I don't know. It looked better in the pictures. It looked more tie-dye, but it's not bad. Thank you. It looked a little more tie-dye in the pictures, mm, but it's not bad. It's kind of cool. Mhm. Mhm. It all hangs out. Oh, jeez. Talk about hanging out. When Scotty comes over to hang out, it's different than what you think. Today, let's see, and Louis Ta is valiantly trying to talk about this, the paranormal stuff. Yep. Roommate is back. I got some serious sleep when he was gone. Wow. Oh, darn. Now he's back. Hmm. The Timu app. Yeah, you're right. Really? Does anybody want me to send you a Timu link? I'm having fun with it. But you got to be careful. It's sort of like the Dollar Tree. You go in there and you think, oh, it's so cheap. Come out with $1,000 worth of stuff. It's like, wait a minute. You can accumulate stuff very quickly in your shopping cart there because you're thinking, oh, wow, what a buy. That's so cheap. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, cheaper than Walmart. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I paid like $11 for this dress, and it's a pretty nice dress. It's very comparable, and actually, the construction is better. I hate to say this, but the stuff I'm getting from Temu, the construction of it all is much better than what I usually get from the stores around here. It's usually way better. I mean, you don't have the loose seams, you don't have the strings hanging off of things. It's nicely finished. I hate to say it, but the quality's better, higher quality. You know, the little toppers I've gotten have been really as good as top quality wigs. Um, and like The clothing, the printing on the clothing is beautiful. They have some very unique and beautiful subjects, like, uh, yeah, the only thing is, like everything now, everything's polyester, most of it's polyester. It's hard to find things that are, cotton or linen or, you can find like rayon or something. Hard to find natural fibers. Rayon is a sort of a man-made natural fiber. It's reconstituted silk. One of my favorite fibers, actually. Cash and carry, or both of them? That was, oh, wow. You didn't eat lunch today. It just wasn't, you weren't feeling well. I'm sorry to hear that. If I can't touch it, I won't buy it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, these are 8 because 12 is too big for me, but I think I paid something like, I probably didn't pay much more than that for these. So, yeah. Please, if you're gonna do Temu, let me know so that I get their credit. But I I can't find my while I can find my referral information, I can't find my affiliate information on Temu, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe they took it away from me because I wasn't doing much with it. You like your women local? Okay. I should do that. I should be showing my stuff from Temu online and see if I can get anybody to click my link. Ooh, the brownie was at 10. Cool. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding very much cotton on the site. There are a few things. Well, but that just seems to be everywhere now. Oh, if you were carding stuff, you've probably already clicked her link. So it's too late. Yeah, it's too late. Yeah, but that tells me now what I gotta do. What I gotta do is come on and uh, maybe I'll do it on my other channel, which is Frugal Bit, B1TCH. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do that because I don't know who to, my friends that I say, hey, do you want to, try Timu? And they treat me like I asked them something mean. But, like I'm being mean to them or something. By sending them the link, it's like, no, dude, it's a good deal. So, yeah, see, as soon as you download the app from someone's link, you're theirs. It goes to them, and the credit goes to them. So even if you see something that I've got, um, unless it's with my affiliate link, it's going to go on her. So it's too late. Polyester is just in the stores. It's what I see all the time. I prefer natural fabrics. Now rayon, like I said, is actually a natural reconstituted. It's reconstituted silk. Basically, it's silk, but there are fibers that are too short for regular spinning, and then they reconstitute those and make them into rayon. So rayon is actually a natural, more closer to a natural fabric. Mm. Oh, you almost used her link. If you use my link, I'll find out because they'll tell me. But let me see if I can get doggone it. I don't have my other phone with me. My link is on my site. It is on my channel, my affiliate link. And I thought oh shit. I don't have my other phone today, or I could look it right up and give it to you. But Shine is better. I don't know. I hear Shine is not very good. Hemp, yeah, I would love to be able to find hemp somewhere that's not too expensive. Petro, yeah. Well, they're not my favorite either. Yeah, petroleum clothing, it's not my favorite. Underwear. I would love to have hemp clothes. I would love to see hemp clothes become just regular, just everywhere. I would love to see that. I think we'd be much better off. Underwear is made of forks and spoons? James, what the hell have they been feeding you over there? Burlap. Mm. Okay, you guys are. Hi. Okay, so I left a link in the community tab since we have several people here too, but where'd all the women go? You know, this is so weird. Some days, all of the women come in, all the women. And we're sitting around here like, where'd the guys go? What happened to the guys? Is there football on or something? What's going on? Eh, and tonight is all guys. What the heck is going on here? So we have Scotty and Lewis and James and Indy and um, Mark. The women are just lurking, you think? James needs to eat. Yeah, eat something, James. Oh, like silverware. Okay. Uh, you're making my brains hurt. Lurkers. They're lurking. They are lurkers. Beware of the lurkers in the dark. The lurkers are coming. The lurkers are listening and watching and waiting to make their presence known. I still think I need to do voice acting. Yeah, now is it Desert Rose or Desert Rose? You guys tell me. Yeah, it's a sausage party right now. Then Dolly disappeared. Where'd Dolly go? Dolly will never go away again. Except she did. Where's Dolly? Rose was here a couple times ago. So we've seen her. It's just she's had stuff going on with her. She's had her challenges. So it's nothing poisonal. You're out. Out of what? You're out of what, patience? Or, oh, sausage party. Oh, oi, 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 oi. Here we go again. Here we go again. The chat rooms take on their own life. That's all I can say. Oh, oh, mushroom stamps. Oh, okay. Does that mean, are they the kind of stamps you lick and then go on a trip? That would be mushroom stamps? That would be fun. Because you're a Mormon. Oh, a moron. Oh, same thing. I'm kidding. Mormon. What the hell? You, yeah. Ah, ah. Dolly, you're the you're the petunia in the onion patch, so to speak. She's good for 12 or 13 watts. What? Whoa, wait, what? Oh God, I'm not sure I even want to know what. No, it's okay. Wh- You're a wrench. I have saucy wrenches in here. My wrenches are all saucy. Morgan. Now we're in out of moron and Mormon and into Morgan. Captain Morgan. Petunias don't stink that I know of. I'm a poor little petunia in an onion patch, and all I do is cry all day. That was a really old song when I was a kid. And if it was old when I was a kid, that's quite some time ago. So it must be pretty old. Yeah, your spell check quit, not only quit, but actually um, didn't give 2 weeks notice or anything, just walked out crying, right? Okay, yeah, you're right. I better get on this subject really quick. Okay, I have left in our community tab a link to a video that features one of my favorite physicists, Nassim Haramein. And the thing about him is he is a very cool physicist, okay? I mean, he had a lot of his stuff come to him when he was a lot of his ideas come to him when he was just a kid in school. Kind of like me. I had that too. I had these realizations but couldn't do anything about them because if you came up with something, of course they'd just smack you in the head and say you don't know anything, dumb kid. But Nassim Haramein, if you don't know about him, he's cool. I mean, he's kind of a hippie physicist. Okay, so that tells you right there. I mean, he's been homeless. He lived in a van for a while. He had all kinds of stuff. He really was. Um, People didn't respect him for a while. For a long time there, people were just thinking he was kind of kooky. But he is actually, from the time that I first heard anything he said, I realized this guy is freaking brilliant. He's brilliant. And so, and a lot of the stuff made so much sense. And a lot of the stuff, well, the latest thing, one of the latest things that just blew my mind because I had told you I had, because I was a writer, I wrote for a while and I was interested in science fiction. I really played in my mind with the concept of time, knowing that, oh my God. Okay, I give up on chat. I'm just giving up on chat. I'm giving up on chat. I'm just giving it up. I'm giving up. I'm just going to do my thing and just you guys chat about whatever you want. I'll try and peek every now and then and see if anybody is listening, but I mean what I'm saying. But anyway, if you're interested in what I'm saying, please hold up a finger, or not, don't hold up a finger. Don't hold up your hand. Hold up a, I don't know. Don't hold up a sausage. You're scaring Dolly, kind of. I think. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Um. Okay, so he's brilliant. That, and I- when I looked into the idea of time, there were a lot of things like paradoxes, blah 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 blah. And a paradox is, of course, something that happens when they always said that in different times, if two exact same thing meet each other, they're going to cancel each other out, maybe explosively. And there was a TV show that made use of that. And it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Nothing is ever exactly the same from moment to moment. I figured this out too. So did Nassim. Um, you cannot be the same person twice, ever. Your molecules have moved, your cells have lived and died and aged, and you cannot be the same person twice. You never are. You never will be. That's how it is, as far as we know. You will never live long enough to be the same person again. So, no need to worry. Yeah, Dolly doesn't get scared. Okay, good. I'm so glad, Dolly. Thank you. So, thank you, Dolly. Um, okay. So, I'm thinking about this, and then Bashar kind of echoed something that I thought, and Bashar's a channeled entity. He's supposedly a alien from way in the future, right? And he is channeling through Daryl Anka, which to him is an ancestor. So Bashar tells us that he is great, 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 great grandson of Daryl Anka. And that his people, the Asasani, are related to us. But anyway, he has also mentioned that the reason his people know so much and get so much done is they woke up from both dreams. And although he didn't go into great detail about what that meant, it's rather interesting. I think I may have an idea what that is. Now we're going to get deep here. So, if you're going to be in over your head, that's just tough. Yeah, Daryl Anka is the guy who channels Bashar. So Bashar said, first of all, agreed with me. There can be no paradox. because you're never the same person. Because if you go back in the past to meet yourself, unless you were there the first time, which you weren't, then you're not going to meet the same self. You're in another timeline. So once you start traveling in time, here's my question. Once you start traveling in time, are you ever in the same timeline? No. But then again, are you ever anyway? Because the way that it's explained by Bashar, our lives are lived in almost like a film, frame by frame. And every choice we make in every frame is a different reality. So we cannot uh, possibly have a paradox. There's no way for it to ever happen, which would be one of the safeguards of the universe. And I can totally see that. That would be the safeguard right there. Tequila in tow? What? What? Okay. So if if you now it is also from another source, and this was maybe J. Rod when he was interviewed. If you believe that, J. Rod was one of the captured aliens. Talks about how to travel in space is to travel in time, and if you will consider Einstein's relativity uh, equation, um, then basically when you're traveling in space, you are actually traveling in time. We just don't notice it because we travel in such a short space. But if we were actually to go light years out, we would notice. So then, once again, are you ever in the same? Are you ever in the same time? Are you ever in the same? Are you ever the same? So that gets quite complicated, right? So I keep hearing people go, "Well, you just can't change the past." Well, yes, you can. Yes, you can. It appears that yes, we can change the past because, or if you believe in any of this, then um, Bashar is changing the past by channeling through Daryl because Daryl had a choice whether or not to go through with it. He had, I guess, agreed to it before he was born. And at a certain age, they came to him and said, "Are you still down for it?" And he said, "Yes." If he'd have said no, that would have been a whole different timeline. Uh, so you're following me. Okay, that's good. You think Jim can beam you up, Scotty? Well, maybe Jim Beam can beam him up or beam him somewhere. So, yeah, gravity is a theory, and they've actually changed their mind about gravity. So, a lot of these laws, like the speed of light, they're changing their minds about all this. So it's not as set as we think. And what my channeling of my information is saying is that the past is just as changeable as the future. When I do a reading for you, when I do a card reading or any kind of reading, and I tell you something, it is about the path as it is now, the trajectory that you're on now. Okay. If you change that trajectory, if you decide, well, I don't want to get pulled over by the cops. This actually happened to somebody. I don't want to get picked up by the cops. I don't want to get hauled off to jail. Somebody did actually get that reading and did actually change things and put away all their paraphernalia, uh, didn't leave it out, was careful not to get, I mean, they just changed their lifestyle a bit based on the reading. Later on, they brought somebody to their apartment who turned out to be an undercover policeman. And if they'd had all that stuff lying around, you know, but they had changed everything, so that didn't happen. They did get picked up by a cop, but it wasn't in the same way. It was an entirely different way. So, yeah, they got rid of their stuff and they actually avoided that fate. So they changed their trajectory. But another guy was warned that he was going to get a grievous injury if he kept going the way he was. And he said he didn't think he could change. And he didn't change, and he did indeed get a grievous injury. Well, am I happy about that? No, but I was correct. The trajectory did not change, therefore, the event did happen. Paul is very fond of saying, my friend Paul, if a negative if a negative event that's been prophesied happens, then it's a failed prophecy. Prophecies are meant to warn us, okay? From his point of view, from mine too. If we can't do anything about it, then what the hell is the good of it, right? But the fortunate thing is, even no matter how small, we can make a choice. We can make a choice. Now, the thing that Nassim Haramein was talking about was he actually had an incident where, and I mean, he believes the same thing. He believes, you know, the 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 present is the point of power. The past is as changeable as the future, should be as changeable. And, he does meditation and so on. He's a very spiritual, tuned in guy that way. So he had a partner who had two little girls who were constantly teasing him about the bump on his nose. He had a big bump on his nose, and he decided to finally put his money where his mouth is, and he bet him that he would be able to not have a bump on his nose the next day. Oh yeah, drink Bronto. Right. Oh my God. No, don't. Yeah, I know. Don't. I know you're talking about, and actually, don't mistake your Bengay for your KY. That's all I'm saying, right? But Brano it's from Idiotocracy, a movie which actually is coming true more and more. Actually, we're living in idiotocracy practically right now. Okay, we're just about there. If we don't change our trajectory, if something doesn't change, like if we don't have a change pretty darn soon, but we are going to have a change. But the way that things were going, idiotocracy was coming true. 100%. I think we would have idiotocracy. But we're skirting the line and coming very close. If you haven't seen that movie, I recommend you see it. It's kind of a B movie, but it's actually very astute in some ways. Very astute and frighteningly close to reality right now. And when it came out, it's one of those movies that when it came out, it was just ridiculous. It was like like a Monty Python skit, which this is also turning into. I mean, our world is turning into one big Monty Python skit. That's Clown World. So, um, Yeah, when Brano shows up at the store, we're in the wrong damn timeline. We somehow skipped over to the wrong timeline. We can't let that happen. Um, yeah, it has what plants crave. It has electrolytes. Oh, God help us. Yeah. Calling on the collective here. Anyway, so Nassim Haramein had this bump on his nose, and he bet these two little girls that he could get rid of it overnight. And the two little girls broke the piggy bank and said, "All right, you're on, big guy. We're going to make an easy $20." He ended up robbing those little kids. He somehow went into meditation. He said he wasn't really sure that he could do it, but he was sure he knew how to try. He followed the thread back to what caused that bump on his nose, what it was in the genetics with the intent to do that. He managed to follow it back and remove that and change that. And the next day, he had no bump on his nose. And when he walked in for breakfast, the two little girls looked at him and screamed and ran away from him because he no longer had a bump on his nose. And the funny thing is, I remember when he was younger, it seems like he did have a bump on his nose because I remember seeing him when he was younger. And he had long hair. He had hair down to like here, right? And I'm there, yeah, I think he did kind of have a bump on his nose. But now you look at him today and it's very smooth. And I'm like, interesting. I kind now I'm gonna see if I can find some really old interview with him and see if it's there. But no, and you would think, well, that was plastic surgery or something, but no. He literally went back and changed his own past. Nassim Haramein, yeah. Nassim, yeah, with an I. Witful thinking or wishful thinking? Sally O'Deed? What? Oh my God, I can't look. I can't look at chat or I'll be so confused I won't know what the hell. He went back and took the bump off his nose. He changed his genetics to such an extent that it scared the little girls. And I think I kind of remember that too, him having a bump on his nose when he was younger. It wasn't plastic surgery that did it. He went back and changed it himself. So I urge you, if you have any interest in this, to take a look at that video and that interview because he is almost, he has to be a star seed. Has to be. Has to be. I mean, I cannot imagine him being anything but somebody coming back here to change things because that's what I am too. And I've said that since I got here, but I couldn't say it to everybody because when I would tell people, they would think I was nuts. So I soon learned to not say it to people. But I know damn well that's part of what's been embedded in my memory is that I'm future girl. I expect from the get go, I was pissed off because computers didn't just talk to me. When I saw Star Trek, that was more like home. That actually made sense to me. Talking computers and et cetera, and different species, that made all kinds of sense to me. That was where I belonged. Some, somewhere like that. This place was crazy. And like I said, it drove me nuts because the computers don't even talk to you. You have to do all of this complicated stuff. I mean, back in the day, computers were really complicated at one point. And I'm like, what the hell? What is this? You know? And there were so many things about this society that made absolutely no sense to me. Not one drop of sense. Not one. You know, so I really think Star Trek and even Star Wars and Deep Space and um, SG, Stargate, and I think all of them were disclosure of a sort. But the reason they kept getting canceled is because they were telling too much or going in the wrong direction. They were not sticking to the narrative or something, or some kind of agreement fell through, I think, in Star Trek's case. Um, Blame Bob. Okay. Big Justin, a spinning ball of nowhereness. Big Justin. Howdy there, Big Justin. Hi, Michelle. So, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh's passed on. Or Limbaugh. Limburger. Lumbago. Whatever his name was. What? Okay, Big Justin is not seeing the D. Is everybody else seeing D? Me? What? Am I visible? I'm sorry. Oh, geez. This is a hard subject. A lot of times, I know I have this thing, at least it's not as bad as I have one friend that when she starts to get downloads and stuff, she burps. I mean, really loudly sometimes. So at least I don't have that, but I have yawns instead. For me, I get the yawns. But it isn't easy. It isn't easy, folks. Hello, Michelle Candham. Brandy, you're a fine girl. How you doing? What a good wife you would be. Anyway, I have to tease Brandy every time she comes in, and Michelle. Thank goodness we have a little bit of balance in here now. Yeah, I've been missing you, Brandy. Wonder what happened to you. So, so it is possible, and he's done it. People have done this. It makes me wonder what else people have done. If Nassim figured this out, and I figured this out, who else has figured this out? And if we figured this out here in this time, or got it downloaded from our higher selves in another time, which in this case, it might have come from my future self, which I think I've been in touch with. Okay, here's a mind blower. I may be at this point changing the past. Told you it was going to get deep tonight. Because as I was following this beam of light the other night, and some of you were here and witnessing that, as I was following that beam of light and going somewhere, I met somebody. I think I met me, another me, a future me. I think I'm in touch with my future self. I have to do some more research into this. I have to do some more meditation, look a little closer at it. You know how that goes before I can say definitively that that's what's happening. but I think I am in touch with future me. Wow, that is so weird, Scotty. Can somebody tell Scotty that can everybody else see me? Maybe you need a reboot. Reboot. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Um, so if I'm in contact with my future self and some of my other that I know it's quite possible for me to be several people. I know it's quite possible for a somehow for us. It is possible to div- divide your consciousness among several avatars, among a lot of avatars. And as a matter of fact, the MK Ultra was intentionally to shatter people, to fracture people into multiple shards of themselves. Okay. So this is very possible. And this is maybe also what the multiple personality thing, illness is really. Is a fractured personality. It could be. Um, but if I am, and I mean, I've always had this awareness that I really belong in the future, and I came back here for some reason. I think I may have an idea what at least part of the reason is, but that's for next time. Okay, on the next show, I have planned to talk about teach your AI well. And as the theory goes there, the AI are going to need guidance just like children. Okay. I'll tell you more about that on Sunday's show on the information that I have gotten received from that about that subject, received not from it, but about it. So, anyway, I apparently have traveled. I believe the white lady that visited me when I was a kid, every full moon was me. I believe she was me. Because in the future, when I meet me again, I'm just a white light being. I'm in a light body. That would pretty much fit what I saw when I was a kid. And I think she's me. In which case, I am currently in my own past changing the past. Now you can see why I said I can't dare look at chat because I'm confused enough, or I'll confuse the living daylights out of myself because this is a freaking deep subject. Okay, I'm going to read what I wrote, what I was able to write. If I can find it. Where did I put it? I can find where I wrote it because it's not this, it's the other one. But I wrote down my experience from the other night when I was on here. Must be one of these, maybe, yes. Maybe this one. Actually, one of the things I'm looking at for Timu is an erasable notebook that can be downloaded onto a cloud, because I have a feeling I'm going to be doing a lot of writing, and I very likely am going to be writing a book or two or three or four, because Lord knows it might be time already, because it's way past time that people have been saying, when are you going to write a book? So, well, if you're making changes, I like blondes. I am a blonde. I am a blonde. I've always been a blonde. With, well, okay. I'm a blonde, brunette, redhead, depending on if, okay. Regular incandescent lighting, I look more brunette. Get me in fluorescent lighting, I look more blonde. You take me out into the sunlight, I'm a redhead. Okay, when the sun shines on my hair. Take your pick. Okay, I got chameleon hair somehow. Well, not exactly chameleon hair, but it changes a lot. Apparently, with the lighting, my hair is has some kind of transparency that changes quite a bit with the lighting. So, take your pick. If you want a blonde, then maybe you need to see me under a fluorescent light. Anyway, this is what I wrote about the previous night. Some of you were here, some of you were not. For those of you who were here, you'll remember this. When I channeled this, when I went away, when I left, when I took off, I did some light language, and then I went somewhere. This is about that. New transport system. The night before this experience, I had once again channeled live on the stream. I'd spoken light language and found myself bilocating far out into a place of very dense stars. On camera, I was being lit up by white light and also this pink, depending on how I moved. I saw a beam that glowed, looking both translucent but also solid. It spanned to a sort of structure that looked like a sort of cone shape on top of another cone shaped with a spiral walkway leading up. It looked very antiquated and appeared as it might be stone. The walkway, spiraling around it, appeared wooden. I saw no base, foundation, or land beneath it. There were many stars against the night sky. I have night with a question mark. Was it night or was it just simply sky? It was very bright and well lit. As I looked for details, but it would be with all that starlight. As I looked for details, a bright light appeared coming in front like a door had opened. I was in light so bright I could barely see. And as I became more accustomed, I looked for something living. Then I realized some of the lights that I was seeing were people. Maybe all of them were. As I acknowledged that, someone spoke to my mind. A woman, it seemed. I think she was a fractal of me. She gave a message I repeated about the changes taking place on higher levels were finally going to show up in the physical. Don't fear. Structures were changing, are changing. DNA is changing. Many symptoms. Don't fear. Mostly mild. The worst is over. And do not fear was like a repeating message. Fear would bring unwanted results, was another message. The new transport systems are coming online and will soon be available to Earth inhabitants. I felt it was part of our coming out of quarantine because the Earth has been in a quarantine. I don't know if you've heard. Ah, so some people would be able to access it sooner than others, mostly based on resonance and readiness. Would they be able to access this transport system, this new transport system? Remember, I was telling you like months ago that I was getting that we were going to have new ways to travel, not like the old ways, very different. And it said not too long from now. Now, I was very klutzy the next day and had an accident where I got cut by a falling knife on the left middle finger. It bled very profusely, and I found no bandage. So I used cotton and tape, and later peroxide, and silver cream, and duct tape, and a cotton pad. And this is so me. Duct tape, when in doubt, just duct tape it up. It'll keep you from leaking, right? It didn't hurt that much, though it was kind of deep. It's kind of deep. Um, and I sent it healing. It was a nice chunk all across the top of my largest segment of my finger, like a Nike check mark shape. I had mentioned that when I was younger, I was leaving a lot of DNA around being klutzy, from being klutzy. I thought how many times I sealed my leaks with duct tape, my own bodily leaks. Most people would get stitches, but no, no. For me, duct tape was magical. It always healed well and without infection. So, some duct tape woman. I never traveled anywhere, and that was the end of that particular writing. But yeah, I would never travel anywhere without duct tape, chopsticks, and a lighter. Was what from Daryl Anka? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Anything in your head is going to bleed because you know you need your head when your head and your feet are usually the bloodiest areas when you get injured. Super glue, yeah, there's always super glue. Polish grandma had my hair color naturally for 97 and no calories, cavities. I wish I had no cavities. Um, but yeah, my hair color actually was more this color when I was younger because I was out in the sun more. I'm out in the sun more. I'm more. When I come in, I used to look a lot blonder. I was, and yeah, my eyes are kind of a blue green, kind of a greenish blue. But anyway, now my great grandmother said that she kept her dark hair. She was Native American. She kept her dark hair all her life. It never did turn gray. So who knows? But anyway, but she had very white skin, whereas her sister was dark skinned. Her sister Shanoa was dark skinned. White Horse was white skinned, and her sister Shanoa was dark skinned. They were Cherokee, full blooded Cherokee. And most people don't realize that there were Black Indians here in the States before there were the States in the New World. There were Black people and white people and red people and tan people. And yeah, there were different people. So, okay. So, anyway, back in time. Apparently, this is ongoing right now. And this is my way of saying It might get really weird. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go. I might have, I will let you know that I think I have a fractal that is out of the construct. I think I have traveled out of the construct, not physically, but there's a fractal of me that I think is out of the construct because of what's going on there and what I have seen there. So, yeah, uh, it's going to get weird. I, I, I got a feeling it's going to get really weird, and I will tell you, like I said, more about this Sunday. For right now, I'm still trying to wrap my head and my feelings around the fact that I am now traveling in time into my own past to change my past on behalf of the future. And I'm not entirely sure, but I think I've also got part of the reason why, which I will explain to you on Sunday. So for now, let us discuss what we have here before us. And this is enough. I mean, this is trippy enough, right? Um, but I mean, seeing Nassim talk about this and saying he did it, I was asking for some kind of a sign that that's actually what was going on here, because that's what I was suspecting was going on. But it's pretty wild. So I wanted something to give me a sign that I was on the right track. Well, that was it. When I heard that story of Nassim's, I'm there like, okay, that's it. That is what's happening, dudes. That's my sign. You know, if it was a neon sign or if it was a marquee up in lights, it couldn't be any more plain. So, yeah, so the rice pudding hasn't kicked in yet? What? Rice pudding sounds nice. I've got to make rice pudding one day. I wonder how easy it is to make. It can't be that hard, can it? Nassim Harriman, N-A-S, I think it may be, I don't know if it's one S or two, N-A-S-A, no, S-I-M, it's like Nassim, and then Harriman, like my hair, Harriman, Harimine. But if you go to our community tab on YouTube, it's right there. His interview is there that I want you to see. Okay? And then from there, you can get his name and other stuff. Okay? It's right there. I put it there so that you could see who I was talking about and what he was talking about. He was talking about various things, but that was one of the things. Like maybe halfway through or something, he mentioned that story, and I said, okay, there it is. Yeah. From you watched his videos from his van? What? Oh, yeah, yeah, it's gotta be easy to make. So, yeah, he lived in a van for a while. He's fine now, I guess. Quite a different life now, but I mean, he had, like so many of us who are actually, and I think he's shamanic too. He certainly seems to be because of the stuff he does. See, that was the problem, is that he was channeling his answers. So no matter how right they were or how logical they were and how much sense they made, they weren't good enough for the establishment because they were channeled. It didn't fit the narrative. It didn't go along with what they'd already decided was the truth. And, uh, you know, I, that's the problem with science. Science shouldn't exist to prove someone's theory. It should, theories should exist to lead us to find the truth. Science is all backwards right now. So, um, oh, he used to put out videos when he lived in a van. Yeah, I think so. Him, Drunvalo. Yes. Yes, Drunvalo Melchizedek, one of my teachers, Drunvalo. You know about Drunvalo Melchizedek? Yes, he's a sweet guy, isn't he? I don't know. Is he still in a body? Or did he leave? Did he leave the planet? Does anybody know? Well, see, that's it. Nassim got a lot of canceling because, of course, he did not go along with other people, with the status quo. Um, yeah, Drunvalo, it was a great guy. He is still alive. Good. Maybe we'll hear from him again sometime. He's very cool, and one of my early teachers. Drunvalo's a great guy, and him and Nassim were early on some people that I had a lot of respect for because really they had to flow against the. I mean, they really had to swim against the tide. They had some serious tide to swim against to get any information out. Um, People didn't want to listen to them, and actually, I'm not sure I agree with everything that either of them say. Not everything. I mean, there are a few things that I don't. It's like Billy Carson. I agree with maybe 80 to 90% of what he says. I've done the same research as him, researched the same kind of stuff. I came to the same conclusions as him. It's the very same conclusions that I've come to looking at the evidence. Uh, but not everything. But are you ever going to agree on everything? I mean, but most stuff, yeah, I think he's right about most stuff. Um, he still has a school in Arizona. Cool. Yeah, Drunvalo, very interesting guy, very cool guy. Do you know my neighbor down the street was his cook for a while for one of his events? She cooked for one of his events. So she knew him. She lived down the street for a while. She's now in Lilydale. But um, and she had a lot of respect for him too. So, right. So, yeah, I don't agree with anybody 100% of the time, usually, but there are some people I'll agree most of the time. And maybe what we're not agree on is just perspective, just possibly a perspective. But, you know, that's more than one luminary saying the same thing and actually juxtaposing it with physics. And I mean, some of my favorite physicists are rogue physicists. One of the other great ones that really, if you guys haven't run into him yet, his name is Lipton, Bruce Lipton. He's another one. Brilliant, brilliant guy. And also had a heck of a time being accepted for for the brilliance that he had. I mean, he's the one that came up with the very obvious. I mean, and you would think it would be obvious. A cellular biologist, and in his job, boy, my bangs are driving me crazy tonight. In his job, he found that it was very simple. If you put cells in a sick environment, they'll get sick. If you put them in a good environment, they'll get well again. There wasn't any rocket science to that. Over and over again, you put them in some kind of a sick environment, they'll get sick. If you put them in a nice, clean environment where they have what they need, all the nutrients and stuff they need, they'll grow like crazy and repair themselves. And that's all there is to it in a large way, right? So why do we make it so complicated? Well, because we're being systemically toxified all the freaking time. And I don't think they want us to notice that this is the reason why we're not living our full lifespan, okay? There are people that really don't want us to live our full lifespan. Greg Braden's another one, yes, Greg Braden's another guy that I listen to. I used to listen to him all the time, and I still listen to him from time to time when I see him. Greg Braden, another luminary. These guys are very, very bright. Mhm. And not well understood by, I mean, they're all people who have had to go against a horrible opposition of thought. Their careers, their professional careers were kind of destroyed by their unconventional pieces and takes on things. And I mean, you have to have some respect for them. David Icke, amazing thinker. I mean, he figured out a lot of shit. He figured out a lot of shit. I don't agree with him on everything, but I agree with him on a lot of things. I do understand a lot of what I'll agree with a lot of what he says. And some of it that I'm not agreeing on is because I'm not sure that that's exactly what's happening. But all of these people had a hell of a time getting people to listen. Okay. Um, yeah. Well, the thing is, silence. My place is silent most of the time. They have these silent retreats now. I went to a silent retreat once. And actually, it wasn't as silent as my place. I don't hardly I don't play TV. I I rarely play music. Sometimes I'll play music. I'll watch YouTube sometime, I'll watch YouTube for a while, but 90% of the time it's silent here, unless my neighbors are doing something. Oh, yeah, gave up on liars. Well, yeah, if people are lying to me, I have a tendency to tune them right out. Um, I give up on them. Yeah. And yeah, I have been, oh my God. I was talking about this stuff way back in college and getting treated like I was a crazy woman. I had to eventually, in order to survive, I had to shut up about it and just talk to maybe some of my closer friends. But I could not speak very openly about it because I too was getting kicked around for coming up with this. And some of the stuff that I came up with now they're talking about. I said they're going to find out. Quantum is the way to go, man. Everything's going to be quantum all of a sudden. And that is going to be the new thing, the new hot thing. And everybody said, you're freaking nuts. That's hogwash. That's just theoretical, just crazy theory, blah, blah, blah. Sure enough, everything became quantum. Now we're all about quantum these days. It's coming, and it's going to come in even harder pretty soon. We're going to go beyond quantum even. So, so I look at what I've done. Actually, like I said, I met that one guy that I knew in college. He's still in his head. He's still where he was. There's a guy that I guess he got a PhD. It was in this group of lunch where I had lunch. And what? Mr. Cowboy, why? You want to say a few words to your audience, to your loving and devoted fans? Yeah, well, they're listening, and I'm sure that they want to know all about your take on time travel. Well, I would have to concur with that, just generally, yeah. And have you ever traveled back into the past to to change the future? No. Hmm. Have you ever traveled into the future? Hmm. Well, there you go. Do you do any time traveling at all, kitten? No, but do you travel and visit other people? Yeah, you sure do, don't you? Mm-hmm. They know. They've seen you. They've seen you. People know about you, Mr. Cat. What? I'm not going to repeat that either. Okay, once again, chat is just out of bounds for me to even comment on. I will not comment. Uh, oh God. Okay. Yep, I gotta face it. This is my family. This is my online family. Not ready for prime time, you guys. Anybody listening to this afterwards, after the fact, if you can handle that, you're welcome here. But yeah, my chat room, they're great people. I love them. I love the heck out of them, but they're not ready for prime time. I would not want to, I'm so glad I don't have the 4 kids. Yeah, this is not for kids. The jokes they make are just not. My chat just popped out. All right. This is my crazy family. So, okay. Hang on. I need a sip of tea. Maybe I need a little vodka in my tea. I need some. Anybody have any vodka? Maybe some rum. It's good old chai tea, which really has nothing much to do with Tai Chi. Yeah, Scotty, I'm sorry you have to go. This is not for kids. Yeah, some people are waiting around for their second childhood, and Scotty never left his first. He just said, save myself the trip. Right. Okay. Okay. So anyway, if anybody wants to comment on what they think of my take on time travel, and have you had any experiences like that? Oh, cardamom, yeah. Cardamom is used very much by Danish people in our my dad was Danish, in our pastry. Cardamom's a important spice, and it has a very unique flavor. Oh my gosh. No, I'm punishing him with it. I'm holding him responsible. Scotty, you're responsible. You're responsible. If the chat gets out of hand, it's all your fault, Scotty. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's great in pastry. Absolutely. So there was this guy that was supposedly had a PhD, but everything he knew was from 50 years ago. So every time I'd come in with something, he'd try and knock it down. He'd be obfuscating. He'd be spewing a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of bluster and bullshit. And one day I really got him good because it was quite easy to look up about the crop circles. And he said, "Well, that's farmers with boards, obviously." And I said, "Look it up." Well, when you look it up, anybody remember? Because I've said it on the show. What is the official scientific explanation of what creates crop circles? David Null told you to eat. I don't know what David Null told you to eat. Uh, okay. I don't want to know what that's about either. Um, that's your business. Maybe a little too much information for me. I don't want to be responsible. Eh, Anybody have any time travel questions or comments? Coriander. The only thing I'll tell you is my Sasquatch tea and the Boswellia. I'm not too much on I'll talk supplements if you want to talk supplements, but you know, it's like to me, I already went through my phase of taking a bunch of supplements. I'll tell you what seems to be doing me the most good is Ormus right now. And I really think that whole episode with getting double orders, that's another thing people have been noticing, things doubling. But getting that double order and then though I didn't ask for it, I didn't have it. I wasn't expecting it, didn't really order it. It got me taking Ormus again. And apparently the benefits of taking Ormus are enormous. It's made an enormous difference. Mark's getting loopy. Smoking and drinking bay leaf tea. I have never had bay leaf tea. Ormus uh, is white gold, powdered gold. Um, it's actually probably really why they were taking gold from our planet is to make Ormus, because Ormus, they call it gold Ormus, or um, we're going to have a show about Ormus one day. Kind of like taking colloidal, only Ormus is a step up from there. Okay, is a big step up from there. So it's some way that they cook gold until it's powder. And when it becomes a powder, it has all kinds of interesting properties. And we're going to have to do a show about Ormus one day. But one of the things that came through was 2 bottles of Ormus. Now, Jason was in the market for some Ormus, so I managed to sell him one of the bottles, which kind of saved me because, I needed the money. And the other bottle, I decided, well, I guess since I can't sell it, I'll go back on Ormus again. And it has made some huge changes and really helped me a lot. Um, cool. ORMUS, Ormus. ORMUS. Yeah, Ormus, gold Ormus, and what the kind that came was atomic Ormus, and if you're interested in that, I can give you the link. Um, atomic gold Ormus, and it has some iridium with it. And then I also have in there that I wasn't taking. I don't know why I wasn't, but I had it squirreled away. You have to protect it from EMF. So you have to store it in aluminum foil or a metal can, or it comes in a foil package, to protect it from the EMF. But you have to protect it from EMF. But yeah, it yeah Um, yeah, definitely. Ormus, that's exactly right, Dolly. Um, well, a lot of things do. I mean, dishwashing liquid kind of looks like it too. But the kind of Ormus I have is from Mother Earth purple gold manna, which is the strongest Ormus you can get. And I had a bottle of that I had squirreled away for some reason and didn't take. I don't know why. It may be I was on some homeopathic stuff and couldn't cross them. But anyway, or something. I don't know, some other thing that I couldn't take it with. But the purple gold Ormus is kind of purplish. Just like it said, regal purple gold Ormus is like the strongest. And I have some of that. And yes, it is like I put just a little tiny squirt in my coffee and I'm, wah, hello, hello. I'll tell you. Yeah, I've had a lot of interesting things happen since I've been back on the Ormus. Gerald's one was Starfire Gold. Okay. Haven't heard of that one. I have tried various ones. One of the most respected ones is Mother Earth product, but I gotta say the Atomic Ormus was pretty good. Oh, you did straight shots. Do you know that somebody I looked in Amazon? You can learn a lot from reading the reviews, Amazon reviews. You can learn so much. I learned a lot about Ormus, and one thing they said is take it in something slightly acid like coffee, tea, something like that. It helps it be more effective somehow. Well, I take it in my coffee, and it's like, whoa. Uh, so you took straight shots of it. Well, maybe that's why you're more plugged in than other people. I haven't tried I Am Joy yet. That's another brand. I don't know about, like I said, I have never tried ketamine, but definitely I've tried Ormus, and I can say some things about Ormus. But it seems to work better now. But then again, I've cleared a lot of things out of my diet. I've cleared my system out. The more clear my system is, the better the Ormus works. The more untoxified I am, the better the Ormus works. So as I have been clearing junk out of my diet and out of my body and doing all kinds of things to detox myself, the Ormus is working really well now. And so if you're not getting very much out of it, it's because you're clogged with toxins and you need to do some detoxing. So I'll give you that piece of advice about it. Mhm. All I know is when I take it in my coffee, even just a little bit now, it's like, wow, I'm taking a little bit every day and I'm way different. Oh, yeah, I like them in full effect too. What about you, Mr. Wonderful? Mr. Important. He's just purring. He's the bestest. I just rub his little belly a couple times and he just purrs up a storm. He's just so purry. That's what I need in a kitty. A cuddle baby who just purrs all the time. Where are you at? Where did Mark go? Okay, so as far as you are in a body currently, oh, good. That's good. Because accessing D3 is so difficult, has a certain difficulty. Okay. Well, yeah, it's not cheap. It's still about $35 or so for the stuff that I get, which is why I was so pissed. They sent me two. It's like I I didn't even order one, but apparently it was in the cards for me to, or my guides wanted me to uh, go back on Armus. So, oh, Scotty's out of his body. Well, who's typing? Your AI while you're out? I figured you were out of your mind. But now you say body. And I'm like, well, what does that leave then? Oh, wormwood. Yeah, wormwood. Yeah. Yeah, wormwood's a good vermifuge. You, you want to keep the parasites out your system for sure. And yeah, I want to make some absinthe. Yeah, I gotta order some wormwood. Make some absinthe. Absolutely. Yeah, if absinthe's a vermifuge, I would expect that absinthe drinkers wouldn't have worms, wouldn't have parasites. You're so confused. Oh, okay, Scotty. Good. Uh, eh, yeah, that was the whole point of tonight. So that somebody else could be as confused as I am. And now I think getting unconfused is the problem. I think as we get unconfused, we get a little bit weirded out because the truth is so much weirder than fiction. I really think we're going to find out that the universe really is not just weirder than we imagine, but weirder than we can imagine. Absinthe with cream soda. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I love to question too. It's cream soda. Yeah, I know that's different. Probably be good though. Hey. Yep. Uh, which track were you on? I mean, they were on this track. Oh, never mind. Hi. Hi, Andrew and Gnomes. How are you doing, hun? We're just talking about time travel and how it's possible. And what are your views on time travel? How are you doing? I haven't seen you in ages. I don't think I've ever seen you over here at my show. Michelle Canham Free Wish. Wish for New Earth. Yeah. I love Aya. You're, you were on track. Dolly has actually been on the track, and the rest of you don't even know where the train is. Don't even know where the train station is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, he's kidding. Says, Mommy, I'm an old baby. I'm not a kitten anymore. I just sound like one and act like one. He's never going to act his age, is he? It's okay. He says, I'm never going to act my age. I'm the baby. I'm the baby. I'm going to stay the baby. You're going to love me. You got to pet me, rub my belly, feed me, take care of me, make sure I have a clean cat box, do my bidding. He's just such a happy kitty cat. I just gotta love the little guy. Oh, yeah, that was a different kind of time travel. Oh, you're trucking your heart out. I'm just a trucking my life away, looking for a better day for me. Ah, da, 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 da. Uh-huh. So, yeah, so I was just telling him uh, about there. If you look at our community tab, I have left a few videos there. Um, I leave videos on our community tab, usually about stuff that we're going to talk about. So if you're not subscribed, you it would be nice if you did. It would be nice. Hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly. That's the way I usually say hello to Dolly. Been too long. I knew him in college, I think. Chinese guy, right? Been too long? Oh yeah, I mean, my little snuggle kitty. I don't know, man. I'd have to have another cat. Anything happens to Cowboy, and eventually it will probably, but you know, he'll probably go before me, or maybe he'll go with me to 5D. But yeah, I waited a while before after Maui before I got another cat. I knew one would come to me, and Cowboy did. Yep. Well, I'm glad to see you back, Andrew. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, cool. See, Dolly keeps calling me a hoe. She say howdy ho. She keep calling me a hoe. Okay, you hoe. Yo ho. Oh, now she's gonna get charming. Oh, Dolly's gonna be charming now. You better watch it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, that was my subject for tonight, and I'm sorry, Andrew, but you missed the whole thing and, my whole thing that I wanted to say about time travel and, but you can always wind it back if you really are interested, and, we've been on about 2 hours, just about 2 hours. Oh my god. Andrew started it. See how they are? I don't need to have kids at my chat room. Lady Free Flow, hey, what's up? What's up, Heather Dawn? Heather Dawn. So when you gonna come back and tell us about the astrology for next month? We got a full moon coming. Yeah, hang on. There. Somebody wants to come in and talk, like maybe Heather, because she usually does. Well, I know I'm pretty groovy. I went through my inspection, did really well, and as far as I know, and now it'll be a while before I have another one, and I'm back there finding some things that I've been missing for a while. I'm really happy right now. It may be cold outside, but I'm getting a lot of work done inside, so actually I'm happy. What, you mean the other Heather? This is Heather Dawn. This is also Lady Spellbreaker is Lady Free Flow. Free Fly Flow Flum. Yeah. They just were inspecting apartments. They do it all the time. Yeah, and then the other Heather, I'm not sure what happened to her. She kind of comes and goes. Sometimes I'll see her for a little while, and then sometimes she'll just disappear for long periods, and that's just the way she is. So I don't know. She could even be just lurking. But Heather Dawn is right here in the form of in the nom de plume of free flow. Oh, there you go, Spellbreaker. Well, I put the link in so you can come up if you want to. Yeah, another moniker. The other Heather Andres, that's a different Heather. So when she comes in, they're not the same person. Where the heck is Mary? Mary. It's a jolly holiday with Mary. Mary makes your heart so light, though the day is gray and ordinary. Mary makes the sun shine bright. Oh, no, that doesn't sound fun, Lady Spellbreaker, walking in the sleet and snow. In the sleet and snow storm. No, it's awful. Yeah, I live in Ohio. I can tell you, it's awful. When I had to do that, I really got to tell you, it was no freaking fun. When it got what my mom called below the brassiere, below zero was my mom's way of saying below zero. She was a character. Have I told you? Yes, I've told you. So was my grandmother. So it runs in the family. Being a character runs in the family now. The question is, which character? Yeah, Mary Poppin. Yeah. Who's Dustin again? Destiny? Is it Destiny or Justiny? You love below the brassiere. Oh, okay, good. Absolutely. I thought you had your license. Oh, you almost have it. Okay. Walking to work is gonna there's the impetus, right? It's like, ah. Yeah, having to walk to work. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get that fucking license. Right. It's true. I'm gonna get that freaking license so I can drive. Yeah. I'm just glad that right now, it's really cold here and I don't need to go anywhere too much. I can be on my little stream and see some friends and talk to you people. A side boob? Side boob? I'm lost again, Big Justin. I'm I'm lost. Spotty shotties. Aye. Side boob. Okay. You knocked him out. Look at what you've done. Cowboy. He passed out from all the hilarity. He's just sheets to the wind. No. Oh, you're just waiting for a belly rub? Okay. You know, a belly rub. My little boy. He's a sweet little boy. Yeah, sweet boy. Oh, you blame Dolly. Mm. Oh, Big Justin's on the right track. A side boob, a boob on this side. Talking about birds. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody heard about the bird, bird's a word, a bird, a bird. I swear there's no alcohol in here, but you wouldn't know. It's just Tai Chi. I mean, chai tea. Chai tea. What, the bird song? Yeah, you too, Mark. Are you over here with me just kind of looking at this going, what? Thank you, Big Justin. Yes, it's a new dress. It's a new tie-dye dress. I'm kind of a hippie type. I'm a nature child. I'm a nature child. Yeah, man. I'm a nature child. I like that tie-dye stuff. It's groovy. I like to stay groovy, don't you? Totally. Yes. Oh, well, that's good. Somebody needs to. Thank you. Oh, you're backstage. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out because I didn't see you. Oh, oh, go back. Get, go, right, go there. That was a spell or incantation or whatever to get guests to come on.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you doing, Heather?
I'm doing all right. I'm tired, guys.
I had you on my mind. You
Did
were
you?
always on my mind.
Well, I was thinking about you, and there you were live.
Well, it'd be pretty sad if I were dead.
I meant live on YouTube.
I know I'm teasing.
It wouldn't be that sad because
Well, it wouldn't be
you'd
that sad
still be
because I'd be
alive.
happy.
We would know that you were still alive.
Yeah.
You would have graduated to the next level.
I think I already have, kind of. It's very weird.
Yeah.
I'm bilocated. Well, I'm trilocating or quadrilocating or something. I seem to be in more than one place at a time right now.
That seems
I seem to be kind of aware of several of me.
time traveling.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of me seems to be way from the well, a couple of me seem to be from the future, and one may be from the distant past. So,
There's Mary. You just called Mary into existence.
yay!
There
We
she is.
summoned
I
Mary.
was trying to get my
Yay.
stuff together and get connected over here, so I was listening to you, but I
Mary
wasn't talking.
Poppins.
And there she popped right in.
It's a jolly holiday with Mary. Yeah, I
Everybody
was
smashed
singing
that
that.
thumbs
Mary
up.
makes your heart so light, though the day is gray and ordinary. Mary makes the sunshine bright. Remember that? Mary Poppins?
Oh, yeah, Mary Poppins.
So, Mary, we're going to have to rename her Mary Poppin. Mary Poppin because she just pops in out of nowhere from
She
time to
did
time.
just pop in out of nowhere.
So, what what is your general uh, message for us humans or those pretending to be human here on this planet at this time,
Well, it's gonna be a
passing
really
for human?
it's going to be an intense year with Pluto and Capricorn. I even
Oh,
got a Pluto. Did you watch this video? Hold on, I got to switch accounts because my dear friend Kim, that is Raw Star 13, she's in London. She did a Pluto in Capricorn video.
I
Uh,
think I saw part of that. Yeah,
okay.
and I
Um,
know Pluto and Capricorn is going to be wild.
it's
It's
a
going
big deal.
to
The last time Pluto was in Capricorn was when the
Declaration of Independence.
was signed.
Hmm.
1776, 1777.
And now here we are talking
And here
about
we
that
are.
again.
So literally really think about what was going on back then
Yeah.
as far as wars, as far as hold on a second. I'm doing Raw Star 13 talks about Capricorn and Pluto. I mean Pluto and Capricorn. You know, I had a temporary lapse of insanity last year that was beyond. I shaved my head in a rage because it was
Well, I
I was having
remember.
such bad headaches, and I quit smoking with Mary Jane for some months. I started smoking because of my job has stressed me the f out, to be honest with you. And I had to start smoking weed again. I told my boss, listen, y'all just stressing me out so bad. I had to start smoking weed again. And I think I might just be in society's best interest if I just keep smoking weed. Because if you don't, and you've got really bad PTSD and anger issues, and you're dealing with grief trauma, it's there's a reason why I stay to myself a lot. It's for the safety of others.
Me too. I have a lot going on, and honestly, I cannot have right now too crazy of a social life. I would not be able to handle it.
Me either. So
I
do whatever
I
you
wouldn't
have
be
to
able to do it.
do. Do whatever you have to. That's my words of wisdom for this year. With Pluto and Capricorn and all this crazy stuff going
See,
on with
remember Capricorn
politicians.
is my progressed sign.
Yes, and it's my rising sign.
Oh yeah.
So
So
I
whatever
know.
Pluto's doing, it's going to do it to it. It's going to
And
do it to it.
Pluto's gonna bring endings to a lot of these shenanigans in politics and
I
things.
believe it.
It's going. Pluto is the end. Pluto, I got that shirt. It's the end of the world as we know it. I found it
This
on
is the
clearance at my
end.
job. Right at Pluto retrograde or Pluto station direct last year. It was hilarious because it was perfect for what was going on with Pluto.
Hmm.
And I'm a Scorpio midheaven, so I'm very much ruled by Pluto as well.
Well,
Pluto rules
yeah.
the underworld.
Born of Fucus, but progressed into Capricorn.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, did I progress into Capricorn just to have Pluto come through and plow my get?
No, no, and that's really important. Your progressed sign is so important because as we age, we shift signs. The sun does. The sun moves forward 1 degree every single year from the time we're born. 1 degree.
Yeah, poor Pluto. They demoted Pluto from a planet, and I'm like, well, that's fucking disrespectful.
I know.
Well,
I have a
how do they
shirt.
think the death god is going to take that?
I have a shirt that says, "It's okay, Pluto. I'm not a planet either." So that, yeah, I don't know. They seem to disqualify a lot of things like they did Ophiuchus.
So, what is going to happen now that Pluto is going through Capricorn? Capricorn is an earth sign, and it is a sign of solidity. It also has a lot to do. Well, I know that it's the heights and the depths, because it's a combination of the ram, which climbs mountains, and also the fish, which swims to the depths. So it's the heights and the depths, and it's also oh, I'm trying to think of all the associations with Capricorn. Yeah, they're the ones that start out eating tin cans and end
You
up
know,
eating caviar.
yes. Now think even what the Capricorn card relates to in, hold on, the tarot deck. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about this.
Hmm.
I just got out my Chicken Kabbalah book the other day. Have you ever seen this? It goes directly with the teachings
No.
of the tarot deck. This is all about the tree of life.
Chicken Kabbalah?
Qabalah. Kabbalah, yes.
Well,
Like
I
the
know what Kabbalah is, but chicken?
yes. And so this guy like found this translation, I think somewhere in Mexico, and he went and translated it, excuse me. And what he got word for word was about Elohim is the root word for deity, and Eloh is a feminine singular.
Right.
Feminine. So, in other words, the female deity or the goddess. And I am is the plural ending for all things masculine,
Yeah.
like they do in Spanish.
So it's plural feminine singular masculine.
Yes. So Elohim then should be translated either gods and goddesses or dual gender deity.
Right.
And
Exactly.
so it goes on to explain that as above, so below, and in all of the letters, each of the Hebrew letters has a. That's why I have the Tree of Life deck, and it's got.
I don't know, Scotty. Do they have steak Kabbalah? He wants I
Let's
don't
get
know.
Scotty to ask that. Okay, so what I'm
Pork,
getting at is each of the 22
baby back rib
tarot
Kabbalah?
cards, 22 major arcana in the tarot deck. Like this is the Emperor card. And in the Tree of Life deck, there is a Hebrew letter at the top corner because each one corresponds. There's 22 Hebrew letters, and
Mhm.
there are 22 major arcana. So each of the letters corresponds to one of the major arcana. Now let me see what the devil card is, because that's Capricorn. That's what I was getting at. Capricorn is the devil card, which is number 15, but it's also number 6.
That's right. Capricorn is the devil card.
Capricorn is the devil. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my
Pleased to
name.
meet you. Hope you guess my name. Oh my gosh, so my progress sign is the devil.
But what's puzzling you
Is
is the
the
nature of
nature
my
of my
game.
game.
The devil card
Hmm.
versus the this
Does
number
that mean I
6
can play a
card
fiddle pretty good? But anyway,
is
go
the
ahead. What?
lover. Oh my stars of
I
heaven.
should be able to play the fiddle, damn it.
You should be.
Now that I'm a Capricorn, half Capricorn,
A crapicorn is what you
Crapicorn. Now that I'm a horny devil,
I got 3 sets of horns. I'm a Aries sun. I'm a Capricorn rising. I'm a Leo moon, but my Venus
oh,
is also in Taurus. I just got horns all the way around.
mm, you're just a horny woman.
That not in that
You
aspect.
a horny woman. That's your problem. You're a horny woman.
It takes horns to
Gotta
hold up
watch
my
out for
halo.
them
I
horny
can't even
women.
see this chat right now. I'm
Right.
looking for the devil.
Mary win. Oh, Mary wins. You know what? I had that. If you want to call me or talk or something, I will help you.
There
But
we
I
go.
can't help you right now. But I had edema for the longest time. I had not just cankles, not just my ankles the size of my calves. I had thankles where my legs were swelled up so bad that they were all the size of my thigh. My ankles were the size of my thigh. I looked like those weird anime characters with the great big feet that look like the feet that fit the bell bottoms. Yeah, my feet fit. I had to wear bell bottoms. I had to get boot cutter bell bottoms to have pants that would fit over them. It was
Oh
horrible. It was
man,
absolutely horrible. It was that bad.
that sounds terrible.
It was terrible. It was like walking around with two casts on my feet, and I had to figure out what the hell was doing it. It was toxicity. It
Mary, can you do a apple cider vinegar tonic? Apple cider vinegar and some lemon.
mhm. The number one thing I found was Zetox, Regal Zetox. Regalzetox. Yeah, what you're talking about is also a detox. But Regal Zetox is micronized zeolite, which literally absorbs toxins. So I would I would very much advise you get Regal Detox. And then also do what Heather was saying.
Apple cider vinegar detox.
Apple
I've
cider
been doing
vinegar
it.
detox, and then you get your Regal Detox to clean it out of your blood. And
Yes.
then the apple cider vinegar will help clean it out of it. And then also, what do they call it? The clay. There's a clay. What do they call it? There's a kind of a clay that helps. But yeah, the detox or taking any kind of detox, but the micronized detox will get into your blood and clean your blood. 100%. Ah, Chloe. We summoned Chloe. Hi, Chloe. Lifestyle change one doesn't consist of vehicles and things, so I don't see you don't see me around. You mean you're going off grid, Chloe? Um, well, we are sending you our good thoughts, Chloe. And
Sending everybody
I
thoughts.
figured it was something like that. um,
I
and
haven't noticed a lot of things because I haven't hardly been around anywhere actually. So I truly apologize. I'm
I
trying to.
pretty much called it. You're leaving your narcissist, aren't you?
That's good. That's always good news.
I think that's a wonderful thing. I bet you that's what you're doing, aren't you, Chloe? Leaving your narcissist in the dust, which is where they belong.
Absolutely.
You don't need them. You're a strong woman. You don't need that.
I'm looking for the devil card to see what the letter is. The Hebrew letter for the devil means I. Ayin. Ayin.
Oh, these are cute. I got some little wooden cat beads from Timu. I was just showing off some of my Timu goodies. My bracelets, they're like under $1 for these. It isn't even worth me making them anymore. It isn't worth me making these anymore. I can get, unless I resell them. These were like 87 cents.
Yeah, those
It
are
isn't
cute.
even worth me making them anymore. So, once again, all of our handicrafts, they just, unless I sell them and put a little special something on them and charge them.
Scotty sitting on the devil card.
See these cute little kitty cat buttons, wooden buttons.
Those are cute.
Those are so cute.
Yes, they are.
I figure they'd be good they would actually be cute on jewelry too. You could make them into little charms or, you know,
Yes.
here's another one. Or just put them on jewelry, string them on jewelry too. They're so cute. So I have a whole bag of them. Little kitty cat. Here's one that kind of looks like cowboy. There. Here. Only he doesn't have a tail. If there's any of them with a broken tail, that's cowboy. It doesn't have a tail. No, there isn't any of them like that, though. That's good, though. Anyway, yeah, they're all their different prints and stuff. They're really cute. So I'm happy with that for what I paid. I hardly didn't pay anything with that. I think I paid like 87 for that cents for that too. And then I got a pair of tennis shoes for $15 of
That's
those
good.
skater type shoes with the fancy bottoms. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can make money with Temu because um here, I'll show you. These are pretty cool. They're fancy schmancy.
I made some magnesium spray. Oh, that's pretty.
Aren't they pretty?
They're nice. I thought that was a bead for a second. I can't hardly fucking see.
I'm trying to hold it so
No,
you
those
can
are nice.
see. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Those are nice. I like those.
They're the kind that are um like a sock almost. You just pull them on,
Yeah.
and you can kind of just. They have almost a yeah. They're kind of elasticy or stretchy, so they're comfy.
That's good.
Anyway, I'm happy with my purchases. What can I say? And this dress, and then I have another really beautiful dress that I got for like $10, $11. So I can't complain. I'll wear that another night. It's beautiful. Has butterflies and flowers all over it. Um, you're the Fool card, Aries.
I want to talk about the devil card. Can we talk about the
Yeah,
devil?
talk about the Devil card. That's me. You talk about me.
All right,
You talk
hold on.
about me. I guess I'm the devil now. I done progressed out of the snake charmer into being the devil.
It says, okay, do you know what all the tarot card readers say that the devil represents? The devil card. Addictions,
Really?
materialism. It says a primitive, savage energy, hidden desires and aggressions, addiction, obsession, anger, the result of repressing one's vital energy, avoiding responsibility by pretending to be helpless, materialism. So that would be even playing like victim mentality, right? Like honestly, look at this fool in this devil card. Up here is this image of this devil character, right? With the horns,
Mm-hmm.
Capricorn, sea goat, that's got power over the fool. The fool is in a cage here. And I'm actually even going to read about this one because this one goes along with the tarot deck, the tarot of dreams, that goes with the chicken Kabbalah. It goes along with the tree of life. And it'll tell you what each letter means. The letter right there, you see it? That
Yep.
Hebrew letter
Yep.
looks kind of like a Y, but fancier.
Yeah.
Um, it means I.
Ah.
The Hebrew letter ayin, Ayin, means I, focusing on the materialism interpretation. Usually, the visual perception of material things is what instigates the desire to own them. So, how do you think the elites run their world with all their love of financial gain, material gain, all of the addiction? Here comes the addiction because it said that the devil card is about addiction, and this doesn't just mean to substances. It doesn't just mean to alcohol or cocaine or
It's to
substance.
anything.
It means
Would be
addiction to
dopamine. Would
anything.
even be people. Would even
Yeah.
be
Yes.
yeah.
So Pluto is in Capricorn, and Capricorn represents the devil card. That's what we're talking about here. It says throughout the sequence so far, the fool has taken advantage of a primitive energy which, carefully monitored, helped him to accomplish difficult tasks. He first became aware of this energy in the chariot as he struggled to control the willful horses needed to carry him forward in his journey. In the strength card, number 8, the fool focused more precisely on this energy and worked to develop a mutually beneficial relationship with it. In the devil, the fool must face the true enormity of this voracious entity, which is distressingly part of his own personality. The devil inside you. You have 424 subscribers. That's my birthday, D Ocean.
Devil
424.
inside, the devil inside every
The
single
devil
one of us.
inside you. The
Yeah,
devil.
that was a song. That was who did that one? In
And how many
excess.
people can admit they're part devil too?
Well, if we're part angel, we're part devil.
You
There's
got it.
we are duality.
Sinner and saint.
This is the realm of duality.
What had been most benign rambunctious, most benign if rambunctious helper is now in the driver's seat. The devil done took over control in the driver's seat, imprisoning our poor fool who cowers in fear and helplessness. Now, see, look, the fool is down in the cage. If you look at the cage,
Hmm.
he's cowering in fear and helplessness. The fool's own hidden desires and aggressions have become his masters. Analogies to everyday life are easy to find. Have you ever felt yourself in the grip of an all encompassing rage, so potent you lost all control? Maybe you might have shaved your whole head off. Has your fondness for a person, a substance, or activity ever crossed the line and become an addiction or an obsession? In each of these situations, the inner savage primal energy has gained control of your life and is running the show, and all you can do, it seems, is watch the train wreck your life is about to become. On this card, the fool is shown in two different ways. The persona, the normal everyday consciousness of the fool, is in a cage. He huddles in a fetal position, incapable of functioning or even raising his head. Above the cage floats the fool's inner devil, seen as a sort of horror movie version of the fool. He holds the chains to the fool's cage. The devil's main power is to is that he's able to convince us that we have no power. That's the devil's main power. Is he's able to convince us that we don't have power. As soon as we see through the illusion, we are free. It's all a matter of perception, which can be changed. If we
That's
look
right.
carefully at the card, you notice the cage door is open.
Yep.
Of course, the fool can't see the open door because he hides his face in despair. Then,
Oh shit. Okay, hang on. Hold the phone. Wait.
go ahead.
Okay. Something happened. I'm just going to pause you just a moment here.
Okay.
A few times ago, when I was channeling something, that was one of my channeling shows, and my higher self was giving us a message through the light language. Part of the message was the door is open.
That's what I've been hearing. I've
The
been
door
channeling that.
is
The
open.
door is open and the path is clear. All
There
you have
you
to do is
go.
walk
Yeah.
through.
Yeah. That's what I've been hearing. The door's open.
Wow, that's awesome. We've been hearing the same things. The door
Yeah.
is open, the path is clear.
Okay. That's it. That's what I needed. Okay. That's what I needed to hear. Keep going. Keep
Okay.
going. There we go. Heather Dawn, we're right on again. Right on track again.
All right, so the door is open. The fool. See, the door's wide open. It's not shut at all. But the fool can't see that. Hold on. Because he's hiding his face in despair. Then we notice the chains which are loosely attached to the cage, but don't actually touch the fool. and which wouldn't prevent him from escaping. The fool seems to have abdicated responsibility for his life and placed the reins in the hands of his inner devil. In all such situations, there is a hard road and an easy road. The hard road is to lift up one's eyes, take the helping hand, and extricate oneself from the loosely bound chains. The easy road is to simply continue the status quo. The devil is powerful and weak at the same time. Powerful because his illusions are so convincing, and weak because all we need to do is open our eyes. All the tarot cards, including this one, show extreme situations in order to make their points. Even the title Devil is a melodramatic tag for a concept that doesn't refer to the devil of Christian religion at all, but rather to an archetype that is a part of each of us, or what Carl Jung refers to as the shadow. So each of the 22 major arcana are archetypes. In a reading, the devil may refer to obsessions and delusions. It may also simply signify that you are being tempted to reach for something, not because you really want it, but because your inner devil wants it. And that taking it may set you on a road that ends up in a devil's cage. In reality, the archetypes are not so sharply categorized as they appear in the major arcana. Several of the cards show different facets of the same archetypal energies. The devil, for instance, can be seen as an aspect of our inner child. The inner
Oh,
child is
holy cow. And the inner child has been coming up lately.
that card
All
flew out
kinds of
of my "You
info
Yourself"
about the inner
deck.
child. Go on.
It says the inner child is the source of our innocence, but can also be source of greedy desires and temper tantrums when it doesn't get its way. Thus, the devil can signify anger. See all that fire and stuff being summoned in this picture?
Oh, my goodness.
Also, the greedy inner child tends to value only the material, ignoring philosophical and spiritual considerations. For this reason, this card has often been interpreted as materialism. We don't need to look at the devil as an inherently frightening thing. We need this hidden and difficult to deal with part of our personality for survival and for strength. He is, after all, a part of us, and he will serve us well if we treat him gently, but keep him on a short leash. He only becomes frightening when we deny his reality, thus giving him more power than is good for him. So
Oh, my
that
goodness.
Hebrew letter is Ayin, means Ayin. And it says Capricorn is the sign of materialism.
Yeah. Well,
Capricorn is also the worker in that zodiac thing I just shared in the chat about God assigning tasks to each zodiac sign.
yeah.
It says Capricorn is assigned to teach people how to work.
How to work.
Aries, God gave Aries the seed to plant it and start the journey. And then Capricorn, yeah, is to I ask the toil of your brow that you might teach people to work. Your task is not an easy one, for you will feel all of humankind's labors on your shoulders, but the yoke of your burdens contains the responsibility of your brothers and sisters,
See,
which I
David
really,
was a Capricorn and he was a workaholic.
oh, that makes sense. You know why?
Capricorns do
Because
tend to be workaholics, and I'm a workaholic. When I get busy, I don't stop. I don't want to stop.
Capricorns, yeah, a seagull climbing up the mountain, a hard worker.
Hmm. See, like it was like my back room was just now here I am. I've got disabilities, right? But my back room wasn't ready for inspection. I'm back there and I'm like, but somehow, because Yolana said, "Oh, you're never going to pass," I said, "I'm going to pass somehow." It drove me up at the wall, but I'm going to pass somehow. I worked my butt off and I passed it.
That's
But
good.
she came in and she said, "How in the hell did you do this?"
Magic. Just tell her
That's what I said. I said, "Magic, of
magic.
course." But
That's
it
what I would
just,
say.
I mean, I had all kinds of shit happen. I think the funniest thing now in retrospect, funny, is when the Cheetos, I had this big container of Cheetos that I had for the holidays, but I never did put them out. And I didn't want them. I was going to throw them away. And I was getting ready to throw them away. But instead of that, they opened up and went all over the place. So we had like the orange dust and the little balls, the little styrofoam like balls. And, Cowboy is chasing them and the dust is getting everywhere. And it's the night before inspection.
Oh my gosh.
I found them everywhere. I found got cheese balls everywhere. And some of them I couldn't reach and I just kind of put stuff in front of them to hide them. But it was so, in retrospect, it was so funny. It was like, oh, freak. Yeah.
Just to push you over the edge.
And Lucy and Ethel episode.
I
Right? It was
guess
like,
so.
yeah,
Have you ever heard of magnesium spray?
yeah.
You have.
I've heard of
We,
all the sprays. There's
I,
a lot of different spray vitamins and spray supplements now. You can get
yeah,
them in a
I
spray
know.
form. Yeah,
You can spray it right.
I
I think,
have I have iodine and iodide. Uh,
oh, sprays.
yeah, you can get all kinds of things these days. You can get, but if you couldn't find them in a spray, you could just put them in an atomizer and do it yourself.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
I think magnesium spray and lotion is a good idea for like my grandma, she doesn't even have a bathtub at her assisted living home. So she only takes a shower and she can't soak in a Epsom salt bath.
that's basically what I got. I don't have a bathtub. I have only a shower. I'm in the kind of stuff they have for disabled people who doesn't have a bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So magnesium's mist and stuff would be good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So, and I will tell you, I am making my own. I am fermenting my own food. Learn to ferment food.
That
Eat
sounds
fermented food.
like a
But
good idea.
find fermented food though. Find like sauerkraut and stuff that doesn't have the preservatives in it, and that's hard. Which is why I'm making my own.
That's good. I've
It's
been
very
having
easy.
some,
All it requires is a clean, good fitting jar, clean jar with a good fitting lid, nice tight lid, and saline water, it, pure saline. And that is all you need to make sauerkraut, honestly, and to ferment almost any vegetable. And you can ferment it and make, all kinds of things with just that. And that's all you need. You don't have to open it back up or anything. You just put it on. You make sure all the air's out of it. So you have to push it down with something. You need some kind of mallet or something to push it down to get all the air out. But get all the air out, make sure it's all sterile, and saline. You need saline water. And all you need is just your favorite salt and pure water. And and you seal the lid on good. You fill it all the way up to where it touches the lid, so you get a good seal and no air, because air's the problem, is a problem. And then you just put it on a dark shelf and forget about it for at least a month. And you will have fermented item, you will have your fermented food, and it's really delicious. So, try it. And honestly, if you do it yourself with organic stuff, you're going to skip all of the toxins that are making you sick. Mhm. And yeah, you can season it the way you want. Yeah. So, oh yeah, caraway seeds. That's what I didn't get. I need to grab some caraway seeds when I'm out. Yeah, but you know what? And I particularly like my homemade sauerkraut, oddly enough, with fish, with fried fish. Somehow it's really good with fried fish, but it's raw. It's not cooked. I don't cook it. I want all of those little helpful bacteria to be alive. That's why I don't cook it. I don't cook it before or after. I want all the bacteria to be nice and alive and happy and in my stomach,
What do
fighting the
you
bad bacteria.
What do you think about making stuff with honey? Honey is
I
an excellent preservative.
Honey is a great preservative, but you cannot uh okay, I should put it this way. Realize that honey though is antibiotic.
Yeah,
So it's a whole different it'll change things if you add honey to a recipe. However, you can ferment honey into honey mead.
yeah,
And
and you can put like I have ginger in honey. You can put cloves in honey. You can soak garlic in honey, honey garlic, and it
oh
makes it
yeah,
sweeter. So you could do like honey and garlic and ginger
there's a
together.
there there's a recipe like that. They call it the cure.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's garlic, honey. I forget. There's several things, but you add honey and garlic and several things together, and then you drink that every day.
yeah.
And
You
they
don't
say
have
that'll cure
to do
almost
it.
anything. Well, honey is an antibiotic and antibacterial.
Yeah,
They used to use it on wounds.
yes. Honey's good for you.
Yeah, honey is actually good for you. Unless you're a baby, they don't want you to give it to babies under a year or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't give it to babies.
Oh, pickled eggs are good. Pickled stuff
Because
is good.
you can even store mushrooms in honey.
Oh gosh, that's called green, no, blue
Blue.
honey. Blue honey. Psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's blue honey. That stuff is supposed to be really, really good. um, I
It'll
always
keep.
wanted to try. I knew somebody who was making blue honey,
I
but I never got
heard
to
it
try it,
lasts
unfortunately.
forever. I heard it lasts forever. They'll never go bad.
Graphene will get come out with Zetox will help you get the graphene out of you too. Detox will get the toxins out of you. Regal Zetox, REGAL ZETOX.
I
You can get it
know
right
that.
off the Regal Zetox site or through Amazon. Anyway,
Do you ever have things going on where you don't understand what's happening, and then when you look back at it later, you're like, "Oh my God, I see
all the time.
exactly why this, exactly what was happening." Because I just told somebody the other day, I have no idea how the hell I ended up on YouTube. Like right now, I feel like Spirit has been calling me away. I have not gone live on my channel at all since New Year's. My last video is 2023 goes down in his story. History. His story.
His story.
And I talked about how I was so disappointed in the story of Jesus and what everybody has done to change the news and the meanings of everything. That was my end of the year video. And I left.
Yep.
And I haven't been back on my channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then I haven't missed you. You just haven't been back on.
I just fell off the freaking
I
face of the
thought I
earth.
missed you. I thought, okay, they're just not telling me she's on anymore. They're
No,
not letting me see her anymore.
my other channel has my music. I record Smule songs and put them up there.
I
And
gotta do that. I gotta start doing that.
that channel is Miss Catch Me If You Can.
Oh, really?
I switched to my handle. That's my Lady Free Flow channel. I'll give you that channel.
Okay.
Because
I have to have one like that, and it's probably going to be my ocean waves. I
I
have a
just
channel called
did.
Ocean Waves I got to get control of again. And when I do, it's probably going to put music on it. I'm probably going to put music on it. As a matter of fact, that's probably what I should be doing. That's probably what I should be doing, doggone it, lady. Free flow, fly flow, free flow, mofo, free flow. Um,
You
yeah, the
should
name's
be.
got Riz.
This is. Oh, it won't let me share it.
We'll share it already.
Because I don't have a wrench on that channel.
Sharon is Karen. Don't be a Karen, though, but be a Sharon.
It stole my comment.
What's Mo? No Mo. No Mo with no Mofo. What's Mo? I've forgotten what Mo is in the.
So if anybody has, I almost feel like disappearing. I've only posted like 2 things. I gotta go post to my full moon thing. I gotta read out the chart and have a peek at what's going on with the energy and all that good stuff. I know this full moon's in Cancer, not Leo. I know Tropical thinks it's in Leo, but it's not yet. It'll be in Leo in February.
Cancer's my moon sign.
Do you have that other channel, D Ocean? My
What?
other
My other
channel?
channel or your
My other.
other channel?
That's my
Uh,
other in the
I
chat.
think I do.
It's a
I
lady.
think the last time you had that on, I found it, maybe,
Gotcha.
but maybe not.
I don't go live over there. I just premiered a video. So it's only like 2 minutes once a week. If that.
It's more gallons, not more gallons. Geez, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, I know several people who have that. And I have a theory
More
on
gallons, yeah.
what has it. I have a
I
theory.
managed to beat that shit. I managed to beat it.
The from the studies and the research I have done with the people who have presented more stuff to me that have it, they all are the same age bracket. They're all women. They were all born in the late 60s and 70s. So I honestly want to go back and look at what of those shots were given back in the late 60s and early 70s. What new jabs did they come out with? No, it's not like a disorder. It's like something is not right. There's fibers in their skin.
Yeah, fibers. It's literal keratin
Yes, I
where
know.
it doesn't belong.
I know. I know. There's only one way it could have got there. Like, I don't know.
No normal way. I started to have some symptoms of that and I managed to get rid of that. That was hard, really hard to get rid of though, but I
Were they
did.
more active during a full moon? Could you feel them?
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard that.
I got rid of them though, and that was God. I had so many things I had to get rid of. You guys,
Oh
I'm
my
telling
God.
you, I'm kind of an expert on on surviving weird crap that they're doing to us.
Yeah, Dolly, they're way out of order of fibers.
I have survived so much weird crap.
Yeah, I've looked into finding solutions to um get rid of that more gallons. Because it's I have several people that have come to
So
me.
detox will help that too.
Yeah, I've heard people drinking borax. Have you heard that?
I've heard of that yet, but no, don't drink it. Put a pinch of that, just a pinch,
I
no
know.
more than 1/8 of a teaspoon, no more than that. And I think per so many 100 pounds, but just a pinch, and that will melt the legs off of the nanos. Okay.
Mm,
Yeah. A little bit of boron, and some people will fight you over it and say, oh, boron's a toxin and don't do it. And there are people who've been doing it for years and they're
I
okay and they
know.
don't.
I know. I
They
have
got over more gallons.
chlorine dioxide and DMSO. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
DSMO. D. Yeah.
Believe me, if there was uh, a supplement that I thought would help me, I tried it. I saved up my money and tried it. To date, the two best things I've ever found, or three, is Zetox, Regal Zetox, Ormus, and possibly Boswellia out of
There's a
all the freaking
boswellia
supplements. And
in my joint one now. Boswellia. I'm taking something with glucosamine and stuff for my joints, healthy joints, and there's a boswellia in there. Yes, food grade,
if
Scotty.
you make yourself bone broth, you'll have better luck with your joints. You'll feel better. I had that too. I had problems with that too. And
Oh,
I started making bone broth out of when I every time, okay, once a week I get a rotisserie chicken from Myers and I take the carcass and I cook it in some water with some salt and a
oh,
little bit of vinegar to get the marrow out. And I make bone broth out of that every single week. Okay. And I drink that, and it's been helping a lot. I mean, people have been noticing. My helper has noticed it's helped a lot ever since I started doing that. So, in so many meats now, they won't give you the bones anymore because bone broth is good for you. If you've noticed, they've taken the bones out of most of the meat now.
I have
And
not noticed.
mhm.
I don't buy meat. I
if
don't
you if
eat
you
it.
eat meat, you will notice it. If you don't, of course, you won't. But I am mostly keto carnivore now because I have trouble with the lectins in the plants.
Ketovore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they call it ketovore or keto carnivore, or and it basically it's mostly carbs are out of your diet, and um, unfortunately, I have problems with a lot of plant lectins, and so the only way to avoid that is to avoid most of the plants. So the that leaves you, that doesn't leave you a whole lot to eat. But I eat a
Right.
lot of leaves. Let's put it that way. Leaves, and one of my favorite things, absolute favorite, is beet tops. Oh, a nitric acid. It's, anything you can find, and there are several things. I had a show on that. Anything you can find that supports nitric acid production. Nitric acid's like the fountain of youth. If you have something that's nitrogen, like beet tops and beetroot are both very, very supportive of your nitrogen in your body. But then again, meat also has nitric oxide because it's meat. It has to. But yeah, chocolate, you'll like it. Chocolate, and I think coffee is another thing that has support for it. I read off the list.
I drink a lot of coffee.
Hmm. Coffee, chocolate, pomegranates, Um,
Grapefruits. I love grapefruits. I've been on grapefruit kick
I
lately.
don't think it's grapefruit, but beet and beetroot. I I
Beetroot.
eat the beet. I love beet tops for greens, beet top greens. Leafy greens. Uh, and it's the stuff you know what? I found out that that's the stuff I'm craving anyway. When I'm listening to my body pick out food, I'm picking that all out as food.
Yeah.
That that's what I want. The only one I haven't quite figured out is I got this hankering for pumpkin pie.
You see those seeds?
Something about pumpkin pie. Hmm. Yep. What are they?
Marijuana.
Oh.
I let my male plant pollinate the
Mhm.
female plants this year. I told him, go on and do your thing, sir, and let's see what happens.
Do your thing. Come on.
So we left the sir and the ma'ams together this time. And
Hmm.
this is just a small portion of what I cleaned. Now I can grow a whole field.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why I want pumpkin pie all the time. I
Look, pumpkin pie's good, so.
I mean, it's just good, but I mean, I almost think there's some reason because really, well, I love pumpkin pie, I always have, but for
You froze.
to
Come
have
back.
legally. But yeah, oh, and Mark has had this pumpkin ice cream thing. I haven't had pumpkin ice cream before, but that sounds good.
So,
Um,
the benefits of even seeds, do they have lectins in them? You can't have seeds either?
no, I have had seeds. I can, well, grains, see, that's the thing. If you're doing the keto carnivore, yeah, not very many grains you can have. As a matter of fact, not hardly any.
Oh man,
Um,
there are so many benefits in nuts and
well,
like
nuts are not
pecans.
grains. Nuts are legumes, some of them, and some of them
Pecans
are special to themselves, nuts.
and walnuts, and they're loaded. Hemp seeds are loaded in omega 3s. If you
Oh,
look at
hemp
hemp,
seed. Yeah, if I could get hemp seed, I would be taking hemp seed
I
for sure.
just bought a whole gallon of hemp seed oil. That's what I make my CBD oil with now.
Oh my gosh, that's right. You can get the oil now.
I just got a whole gallon of hemp seed oil.
You know what? I'm going to get me a gallon of hemp seed oil.
And
That's how I'm going to get it.
do it, massage it into your body. Okay, here's the thing. I really think that we absorb things better not through the stomach. I think like when we soak in a magnesium bath, our skin is our largest and most absorbent organ. Everything we put onto our skin. And I'm talking about like everything. Think of how often we hold these bloody
Well,
phones in our hands every day, and people want to wonder why our energy's all fucked up because
mhm.
we're blasting electronics through our fingers
The rule is don't
all
put
day and
anything
night.
on your skin that you wouldn't drink.
Right,
If you wouldn't ingest it, don't put it on your skin either.
right. How much electricity are we holding through? I'm talking about the phones too.
Well, fortunately, I have a holder for my phone now.
That's good.
That's why I have a holder for my phone is I don't have to be touching it all the time. I
Right.
can now take a stylus. You can get a stylus.
Yeah.
You can put your phone in a holder and this goes right like that. And I do use my fingers, but I also have a stylus pen and you don't have to be touching your phone all the time or have it too close to you. That's holding it. As soon as you get your phone like a few inches away from you, you're out of its range. This is holding it about 5 inches away from me. So I recommend this sort of thing. Or what I have right here, which is a gooseneck. gooseneck with a phone clip on it.
Do you
And that
sleep
will
with your
also
phone
hold
in
your
the other
phone so you
room?
don't have it in your hand.
Do you sleep with your phone in a different room than you?
Not in a different room, but not near me.
Because Pi Tribe says we should sleep with our phone on Bluetooth, playing our frequencies while we sleep, but the phone should be in the other room, it says.
Ah, wait a minute. He says you should sleep with your phone on Bluetooth,
You can have it connected to a Bluetooth speaker if you need your healing music while you're sleeping.
but have the
But
phone somewhere else and have the speaker next to you.
yes,
Okay.
not the
Oh,
phone.
I get it. Yeah, well, I have one of the. Oh, yeah, I have. That's like my little speaker here. Yeah, that's a little speaker, Bluetooth. Okay, well, all prepared for that too.
You know, I went through a phase of shutting off my phone for a while after I was really reading about all these frequencies and 5G and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I went through a period of shutting my phone off way before bed and learned how to just read books, real books, before bed again, you know, and just go to sleep with the ticking of the clock in the background with no other noise. And
My
it
place is silent. My
it
place is
was quite an
quiet.
adjustment. You don't have a ticking clock?
Actually, I do. I have one that ticks very, very, very softly. I can hear it slightly now. It's the one, yeah, it's the one I got up there, a little purple one up there. I'm probably changing it out for a silent one, though. I hear the ticking of the clock.
You know,
I'm
Mary was
lying
talking
still, the
about
room pitch dark. What?
retaining water, Mary. I made some hair serum with
I went through that. Oh my God. Like I said, I went through
what?
that.
Retaining water?
Retaining water like a mofo. Like I said, I had thankles.
But do you think, did you know juniper berry oil, essential oil, is good for that?
Well, I got a story about that. I had a friend who was a massotherapist. She had this particular cream that she got that was massage cream that she found would heal damn near anything.
Yeah.
And it was an import. And she used that for the longest time. And then they changed the formulation for the US. One of the things they took out of it was juniper berries. And guess what? Never worked the same again.
That's juniper berry oil.
Hmm.
And that's very
And
interesting.
why? Because they said juniper berries are toxic.
They have it in, no, there's a pill that has a juniper in it that's called water out.
Hmm. Well, like once again, though, what you really want to do is find out why the hell you are retaining water. What is blocked that you're retaining that water? What is happening
Usually
that
the
is
kidney.
causing that? And it
Yes.
usually is inflammation. If you're swelling, 100%, you've got inflammation. And if you've got inflammation, it's not from nothing. You need to find out the source of the inflammation. Most of the time, it's toxins. It's a toxin buildup in your system.
Yes, and what you need to do is cleanse the liver and the kidneys. Those are our filtration systems. The
Exactly.
problem is not where the water is retaining. The problem is where it's not filtering properly.
Exactly.
Boom. See, we have to get to the source of everything that's happening. You
Absolutely.
cannot treat symptoms. Everybody wants to treat the symptoms, and that's what doctors do. If you really want
Yeah,
to heal
that's why I
something,
didn't take their fucking water pills, is because I knew damn well that's not where the heart of that is. The heart of it is something else. It's got to be something else. That's why I started taking all these different supplements for the different things. You know what though? you've got some kind of a blockage. You've got and yes, cleaning out your liver and cleaning out your kidneys are very important
And
because
yeah,
that will absolutely fuck you up.
my mom's got diabetes. She's got 8 freaking kidney stones. She keeps having surgery. She won't stop eating freaking high fructose corn syrup. She's a diabetic. That's her choice. She won't stop putting all that stuff in her body or detox or cleanse her kidney or her livers. I've been researching this and researching this. She won't do apple cider vinegar cleanses. She won't do nothing about it.
See, that's exactly what I think, Dolly, is juniper berries were taken away because they were too helpful. They take away
Yes,
everything that's too helpful.
yes. See this now food capsule on Amazon called Water Out has juniper in it. It also has dandelion. It's a super lymphatic cleanse. There's lymphatic cleanses. That's the whole juniper berry oil cleanses the lymphatic system. I know exactly why I went through all of these herbs one at a time on my channel. If anybody went back and clicked on any video, they would find me doing probably an essential oil, and they would probably find me teaching about one planet at a time. And it would have said Pluto on the title. So if anybody wanted to learn about Pluto, they could go back and click on that. Juniper berry oil is in my essential oil healing deck.
Oh, yeah, never put your phone in your bra. My God, that's like asking for it. It's asking for breast lumps and heart problems. Oh my God, no, don't get your phone anywhere near the boobies, ladies. No, that's why
Juniper
I have
berry
one that
oil.
holds it up away from my chest. Hell no, I ain't going to endanger these girls. These golden orbs of fluffy love, whatever you want to call them. I don't know. Scotty's got a name for them, I think. But
I'm gonna
no,
show these for man.
I'm certainly not going to endanger my boobies or my heart or my thymus or my thyroid or my brain from by holding it too close to my ear. And I'm sorry, but I talk on my phone, speakerphone. I do not or with a headphone, but I will not hold that fucker up to my ear. I won't do it because it's just too freaking dangerous. And we know this for a fact. That's just it. We know it. We know it. We already know it. Are they doing anything to stop it? No. Are they doing anything to fix it? No. Now, what does that tell you? It's like every damn thing they give us is tuned to kill us. They don't have to tune phones into the microwave range. They could have used a different range. They could have used a different band, but they chose microwave. Why? Because it's bad for us. Of course. I mean, I don't even have to ask. If they're giving us something new, I don't have to ask. If they're touting something new, I don't have to ask if it's bad. I know it's bad for us. Now I just have to figure out what about it is bad for us. Why is it bad? What's bad about it? Right? Because everything that they want us to have is bad for us.
That's the devil. Fear.
And the stuff they take away
The
is good
devil's
for us.
in the building. See,
Yeah,
yeah,
the pounding the chest like Tarzan, the thymus. You pound the thymus right here. You smack your thymus, it wakes it up, and yeah, it's good for you.
you could
You're
just put
right,
a
Mark.
couple drops right on your. It'll get right in your bloodstream.
Yeah, I might have to get some of that.
Juniper berry oil is from a pine tree, an evergreen tree, the evergreen family. As a
Guys
matter
can
of
retain water, sure they can. But it's women do it all the time though.
yeah, we
I mean,
are
it's really common
we're
in women,
real
but it can happen in
hormonal.
guys, sure it can.
I'll tell you what, I was crying my freaking eyes out like I don't even know. I know what's happening, but I don't know. And I don't want to talk about it. There's many things happening on many emotional levels. Even while I wasn't smoking weed, I think I was dealing with a lot of things that were maybe being suppressed by smoking so much cannabis after Kayla moved to heaven. That's what I call it now. She moved to heaven, my daughter. So, like I was smoking so much and keeping myself so busy, I think trying to avoid the depression stage of grief. But it's a stage of grief, and I need to allow myself to feel it. I need to be able to ride the waves through everything without trying to avoid it.
Right.
I have to
Avoiding
process
our
it.
Okay, avoiding your feelings is also toxic.
Yes, it is.
Stuck feelings is toxic and it will
Yes.
make you sick.
Smoking it all away, drinking it all away, it just really all comes back as soon as it fades away.
You're right. Fight back. Fight back, you guys. Fight back, Mary wins.
This grief process has been the hardest fucking experience of this entire journey. And if Kayla didn't show up so clearly to give me messages through all the ways, I'm going to be on Life with Ghosts again.
No? Why not?
I am. They want
Oh,
me to
you
come
are.
February 5th.
Oh, I thought okay, it sounded different. By the way, this is silver cream. This is silver biotic silver cream. And just like it says, it has silver in it. 20 parts per million patented silver solution. And it also has coconut oil and vitamin E. So,
Kind of like
and
colloidal
lavender
silver.
and
The,
hyaluronic acid. So,
what'd you call it?
it's
Bionic?
silver biotics,
Biotics.
silver biotics advanced healing skin cream. This is good. I use it. It's good. Um, no parabens, harsh preservatives, synthetic colors, phthalates, or harmful sulfates. 100% satisfaction guarantee. But yeah, it's got some pretty decent stuff in it, and it is antibiotic cream. You can put it on a wound or whatever, or wherever you need to put it, on a rash. This is also good for rashes if you get rashes from various things. Like ranch, I get rashes from plant lectins. Um, that's why I have to be careful of plants. It's just my path not to be vegan, I guess. I guess. But silver rod's gonna make colloidal silver good for you. Yeah.
Real good, man.
Silver cream this is a good silver cream and not too expensive.
My
And you
friend
can get it
makes
on Amazon.
silver spray.
Yeah, silver spray, I had that too, but that's freaking expensive and it goes really quick.
Yeah.
It goes really, really quick.
Yeah. This bottle
So
of
I used to
magnesium
spray it
spray.
on my face all the time when I thought I had more, when I wasn't sure what I had, but I'd spray that on my face all the time to keep my face from having, I'd spray it in the affected areas. So,
That's good.
wait, what are we talking about? Monatomic gold. Yeah, that good luck making your own monatomic gold. What you need, you can make colloidal Goldwater, but monatomic gold is different.
I think drinking it is very important. You know, like okay, when I lived in Nevada, I found the land out in the country, 5 acres of land. It was already irrigated by a United States military because a military man lived there. So there were juniper berry trees out there, as a matter of fact, and it was surrounded by junipers, and all the water ran under the earth that came to the well, and it was on an aquifer. And it ran along the rocks that are normally in the earth. And then the rocks would mineralize the water. You see what I'm saying? That's where mineral water comes
That's
from.
how water used to always be.
Yes. And so our land is very depleted of all the resources because we're not taking as good a care of it as we should, I think, in my opinion. I think the humanity as a whole, collective human race, could be doing a lot more for the planet than we really are.
Well, and we will
And
when
and we
we.
gotta replenish the land with uh, all of the good things, feeding our earth, feed her, love your mother earth. After all she's done for all of us, we live on such a beautiful planet, such an amazing planet that gives us so many things: shade trees,
And you get in
beautiful healing
trouble.
plants.
Thing is, you
What?
get in trouble for working with her.
No, we're not, because we're not going to get in trouble.
No, no.
The
What I mean is society will do it to you. I mean, if you try, like for instance, me, if I tried to take my scraps and throw them out in the back ravine for to go back into the soil like they're supposed to, I get in trouble for that. I would get in trouble for that. If you let the natural growth of your land grow and grow up to the height that it's supposed to, the city will come by and tell you that you have to mow it.
I know, so that's why you got to live
That's
outside
what
of the
I mean.
city. The city, you got to be outside of the city.
Hmm. Yeah. And
This
even
city folk
outside of
aren't
the city,
cool
sometimes they still.
anymore. I don't even really care for the city squirrels. They're a little too fucking reckless for me. They're like hoodlums. Those city squirrels, they just come and tear all my stuff up. They come and tear up all the soil, tear up all the roots to my plants. I told them squirrels we're not going to be friends at all. If I go and plant a bunch of sunflowers and the squirrels come and tear them all up and the rabbits just eat them
You
all
know
up,
what really pisses me off, Heather?
what?
All of these freaking ornamental plants. Why? Why is it that if you plant something out in front of your own place, it has to be ornamental? It can't be food. They'll get on your case if it's food.
Huh.
Is that bizarre?
Yeah.
Why are people having all these lawns when people are hungry? Do we need lawns? Do we really need front
No.
lawns?
I
We
don't know,
need food
Scotty.
forests.
She's a herbal expert in Australia?
If
Hmm.
we had food forests, we wouldn't have hungry people.
You're absolutely right. And
If every freaking front yard was growing food, we wouldn't have hungry people.
that's how Jesus went along. Jesus was a fisherman. He didn't go hungry. He just went on over and caught him a fish if and when he needed it, and he
Caught 'em a
cooked it.
fish. And back then there was grapes and figs and everything growing everywhere.
Yeah, he didn't have to go to Walmart.
People grew all kinds of stuff in their
He
yards
did
all the
not have the
time.
pleasure or the convenience of running down to the local Walmart.
Back in the
He,
old days, in college, and it was Akron. Um, they had, I guess, some remnants of them left. Food food bushes and trees. Why? So that the students would have something to eat between classes. They
Oh,
started to phase all that out, though.
yeah, and replace it with vending machines
Stupid shit.
and Coca Cola.
See,
Oh
that's
Lord,
that's
have mercy.
stupid. I mean, and around here we have many dwarf. Um, we have many mulberry trees.
Hey, is
Mulberry trees are great. Mulberry
Uranus?
syrup will keep you from a cold.
Did Uranus station direct?
What?
Uranus?
Did
Did
it just now?
Uranus station direct?
My honest is like right on the bed right now. It's pretty. It's stationed right on the bed.
I
But
think it's stationed in direct right about now.
really,
27th, January 27th. Yes,
oh,
yes, Uranus is stationed in direct in Aries.
well, it's nice to know where it is.
Yes, in Aries.
I try to always know where you. I try to always keep track of where my honest is. I mean, if you don't know where Uranus is, you're in trouble. You got to keep your eye on Uranus. Well, you can't keep your eye on Uranus. That's the thing. Unless you got a mirror, you can't keep your eye on Uranus, can you? Anyway, uh, well, the thing is a lot of those weeds are food. That's another thing. We've got wild food growing in the backyard that people are killing with weed killer. What the hell? That's stupid. It's stuff that the pilgrims brought over, that the immigrants brought over from the old world to eat. And we're killing all that stuff. It's all food. Dandelion greens is food. Plantain is food. Um, comfrey is food. Purslane is food. People treat them like weeds. Colt's foot is food.
Do you have an allergy to that?
No, fortunately, I don't.
This astrology thing right here says Pluto transits and moving through life, loss, and grief. The energy of Pluto can tear us down, wear us out, and destroy that which we cherish. It can also break us free from imprisonment, escort us out of hell, and build us into something far greater than we realized that we were
Cool.
before our losses.
I'll take that last one, please.
Do you Pluto does upturn everything because Pluto's about endings and bringing death to things that need to be done to bring new beginnings. There has to be endings. The end. Can you eat that purslane without having any lectin allergies?
What?
Purslane?
What
Do,
about it?
can you do eat that without any allergies?
Yes, actually, I can. And I was growing that last year. I was growing that last year in my indoor garden, but it died over the winter. It died when it came winter. But yeah,
Yeah.
I was growing purslane and eating it. I was growing enough for me and Yolana for two families. It's very good. It's very tasty. I recommend it. If you have any way to grow purslane, grow it.
All right.
It's
That's good to know.
it's very nutritious.
I'm looking for some property actually.
Yeah.
And these are things I've been growing. I've been looking around for a while, but now I'm getting the ball rolling. I've got some money saved up, and I'm about to get my driver's license. There was a little glitch in the system right during Mercury retrograde. I'm not surprised. They entered my driver's license number wrong for my insurance, and so for my high risk insurance for DUI, it's gone through now. Now that Mercury's out of retrograde, the balls are rolling in the right direction.
Them
And I
balls rolling.
and I forgot to sign
Rolling,
the
rolling,
paper.
rolling.
So they sent it back and said, "You forgot to sign this." And I was like, "Oh, yes, if Mercury retrograde was going on, I'm not surprised all this happened." It says don't sign contracts during Mercury retrograde.
Yep. Yes, elderberry is good for you. It's another one of those things that'll protect you from colds and flu. If you have
Yeah,
colds and flu, they'd make syrup out of it and give it to you for syrup. And also mulberry. And most of wild berries have got stuff in it that will protect you from the cold and the flu. Most of
yeah,
that.
yes. Berries are very good. I put frozen berries in my smoothies. You all right there
Yeah, there's something.
in your throat?
Yeah, hang on. Something stuck in my throat.
Get a drink of water.
Some chai
13 is the
tea.
death card. Ruled by
Some chai
Scorpio.
tea. Not Tai Chi, but chai tea. Okay.
13 is the death card.
13 is the death card, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great. We got death and the devil here.
Death
You
is
guys are
Scorpio.
looking for trouble, ain't you?
Lady Spellbreaker
You got Lady
1313.
Spellbreaker 1313, and then you got the devil over here. What? Y'all are looking for trouble on this channel tonight.
That's what's going on next year. This year. We got this eclipse coming up. You're gonna be in the path line of it.
Yep,
April 8th.
yep. That's my mother's birthday.
Yes, it is. She's got a message for you.
I bet.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds.
Yep. Is that corn the band or corn the vegetable?
Corn with the band is spelled with a K.
That's right.
In
Damn devil. Well,
the world,
Madame Devil.
the devil. Where's my fool and magician cards?
Gosh, I get to be the devil.
They must be
Wow.
over here on the
And
table.
God? I get to be God and the devil? That's pretty
Just
cool. I'm all
one.
powerful.
Yep, the
Mm,
magician's over here.
I'm totally all powerful, dudes.
And the hermit.
I'm God and the devil.
Pleased
I
to
don't have
meet
to be
you.
scared of nobody.
You're absolutely right. You are God and the devil. Everyone is.
Yep,
Everyone's the God and everyone's the devil. No one's above and no one's below.
that's right.
It's all one.
We're, well, that is the message I keep getting is that there's going to be a lot of people trying to get you to fear, but don't fear. That's something my guides keep saying. Be sure that people know fear is actually going to hurt you. Don't fear. No matter what it is that seems to
It's
be going on.
it's a virus. It'll make you sick.
Yeah, somehow conquer fear. If you can conquer fear, you can do pretty good because honestly though you must conquer it because it can really hurt you right now, and right now it's a really big deal. So this is not a small deal right now. The one of the last is oh dear. It's going to be one of the last big attacks. It's going to be fear, 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 fear. Okay? They're going to try to scare everybody half to death.
That's
So
why I
don't
don't
fall
watch
for it.
none of this stuff. Do you know? Hold on a second. You know, we talked about Marianne Williamson. She's a spiritual guru. She's one of the females running for president, a Democrat. She's a Democrat.
Oh
She,
yeah, Marianne
when I saw
Williamson.
her running, okay, she's for pro psychedelics. Do you know this? Psychedelic therapy?
I didn't
Oh,
know that.
she works with Gabor Mate. She was on with Gabor Mate, who is he talks about ayahuasca for trauma and psychedelic therapy for trauma. And Gabor Mate, Gabormate, he like talks a lot about the healing of trauma with psychedelics.
Yeah.
And so Marianne Williamson is 71. She was born July 8th. Has anybody heard of her? I don't watch a lot of politics, but she's caught my attention for some reason.
Hmm.
And she's talking about lifting the ban of off of marijuana on all states, and the lawmakers are doing drugs that set these laws, and they're a bunch of hypocrites. That
Yeah,
they need to lift the ban.
they
uh
do.
the ban, there's 200 pages on all the benefits of marijuana.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to have to look into that a little more.
Okay, here is Mary Ann.
I'm glad you brought that up. I really am. Because you know what? That's going to be one of my intentions. Is we're going to intend that the ban gets lifted and mushrooms too, because mushrooms are very good for things like depression and other psychiatric problems.
Yeah, check into Mary. Look up Marianne Williamson, because that's a. I want to learn a little more, but she was had Gabor Mate on her show not long ago, or her and Gabor Mate were on there together. Let me see. Cannabis.
Mhm.
She talks about cannabis too.
Well, we finally got marijuana here, so that's good. That's a good start. We
Yeah,
finally
that's
got it
good.
here. Now, if they don't screw around with it and screw it up for us, it would be great. Look, I'm going to take a bio break. I just have to do that. So
Okay.
you take over for a little bit, okay, my friend, my sister.
Yeah. All
I know you can do it. Uh, okay. Whoa.
right. Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Just go with the flow. I don't
Oh, it's
know.
going to flow for a minute here. Yeah. Okay.
I'm wondering what might be coming for America if this is all coming out in the open now. Miriam Williamson and Dr. Gabor Mate. See, Dr. Gabor Mate has taken a special interest in the healing of trauma because he's a Holocaust survivor. He comes from a family of Holocaust survivors. And so they talk a lot about the healing of generational trauma and what these traumas and wars have done to humanity, what this is doing to humanity, like wars over in Gaza right now, Russia and Ukraine wars. There's spiritual wars going on all levels. You haven't heard of that berry? Motor berry. Scotty. Mulderberry. I've not heard of that either. Have you guys heard of this Sumerian lady? I only knew her as a spiritual guru and teacher. I knew her quotes. She's even got books. She's a speaker.
Woo! I've
Welcome
been sitting
back.
around for 4 hours drinking tea. So,
That'll do it.
absolutely.
Jumping the train tracks.
Oh, yeah, it's been about 4 hours.
So, what are your insights about death and the devil card joining together for 2024?
There you go. Death and the devil. Yep,
that's that's in that Johnny Cash song. You know Johnny?
of course.
You know Johnny's the music?
Yeah.
There's a song that plays. It's got to be my grandfather doing it because both of my grandfathers listen to Johnny Cash. And
Hmm.
it just comes on my rock
He
and
was
roll
popular
station.
when I was a kid.
Yes, it's called "The Man Comes Around," and it goes, "There's a man going around taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame." And he talks about the four horses, and one of the horses' names were Death. In that song, Johnny Cash sings, he says, 100,000 angels singing, in walks. I can't remember the rest of it. When the man comes around. But I just let it play. In those instances, I see what spirit has brought this through to me at that moment and why. Like I'm really getting to tune into like what I'm thinking about when I'm out on a walk and all of a sudden a bright red little cardinal pops out of the bushes in the dreary day. And so what was I thinking about when that spirit animal came in, and what is that a sign and what is it confirming?
I
Are
think it's always a sign. I think we're getting signs all the time. We just don't know how to freaking read.
I know. You wouldn't believe how many numbers I see at work now because all of my work items, I work in health and beauty over at the store and by my house in third shift. So I just stock the shelves, and each product has a label on it that tells me what aisle it goes in, what section, and then what spot on the shelf it goes to. So I see so many freaking numbers like synchronicities. Mine shelf by 424. That's my birthday. So it's funny, and it's funny even to see what goes in what places that catches my attention with all these numbers all day long. Almost numbers almost drive me crazy anymore now.
I know what you mean.
Synchronicities
If
have
I
become
if I watched all the numbers, I'd be going goofy.
I know. Sometimes I'm like, okay, okay, I get it. This repeating sequence over and over and over and over again. And then getting in tune with asking my spirit guides and my angels, is this a sign or is this a warning? Is this a synchronicity or is this a warning? Help me to be able to discern what's a warning and what's a sync, that I'm supposed to go this direction and follow this direction, or should I be warned of this? You see?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's
Yes.
sometimes yeah, a little hard to know, yeah, what's warning. Yeah, but you're gonna have to, like I did. You're gonna have to, go with what your gut is telling you.
Yeah, that's why listening to your gut is so,
Yeah, because
that's why a healthy gut is so important.
exactly, and that's also why they're attacking it, and that's why they're putting so many toxins in food.
Yes.
Is because if you have an unhealthy gut, you can't tell what's going on.
The devil. is missing. The devil
I know
is.
what's going on with. I think I know what's going on with Chloe. No, I don't have to poop. I had to pee. I was drinking. I was drinking tea for 4 hours. Are you kidding me?
Well, you don't have to stay on account of me, because I don't have to stay here all
No,
night.
that's okay. I already took care of it.
I already do,
It didn't take very long, did it?
I do stay up all night now. I usually work till 6:30.
I might call Chloe a bit later and see if she responds, but
She's solid, Scott said. Scotty
peeing
boy
a
said.
lot is actually not a bad thing. If you're drinking a lot of fluids and you're peeing a lot, that's not that bad. But you don't want to wash all the minerals out of your system, but it's good if you're trying to clear something out. Um no, I'm okay now. Like I said, I just went in and handled that. I took a bio break. Ginger tea. You know what?
Drink ginger in hot water.
I love I
Ginger.
call it Sasquatch. You know what?
That's fun.
My helper has other clients, right?
Mm-hmm.
She took my Sasquatch tea recipe around to other clients, and there are people getting better on that tea. Oh my gosh, that's right. Mary, it's like this. You make it with ginger, turmeric, black pepper for the piperine to activate the turmeric, cinnamon, and lemon. Or in lieu of lemon, you can use apple cider vinegar. Or you don't have to use lemon and apple cider vinegar, but you do have to use ginger. And I call it Sasquatch tea because it's inspired by them. And she's getting enormous results with it. I should bottle that and patent it. It's really tasty, and you can, especially with the cinnamon, and then you can. The ginger is anti-inflammatory, and it's kind of regarded as a kind of a cure-all. And the turmeric is another one, very strong healer herb. The black pepper is to activate the turmeric, and of course, and then you sweeten it with honey. And then cinnamon has its own benefits, and you sweeten it with honey. If you sweeten it with honey, then you've got the antibacterial and antibiotic properties of honey, plus all the goodies in honey. So it's really good stuff. Try that recipe. Um, I don't know why I didn't say it before, but she told me. Now, once again, I'm not a doctor, but she told me that she has a diabetic patient that has that since she started on that has improved her scores a lot.
Oh,
She's able to eat more normally without spiking her blood.
that's
So,
real good.
mhm.
It's
So she can eat a normal, like more like a normal meal. She can eat like a steak dinner now and not have a high sugar in her blood. So it's actually healing up her. Um, Gosh, I'm losing words now. I'm getting aphasic. I'm losing words. It's healing me, the organ responsible for that, and I'm trying to think of what that is. Doggone it. But anyway, it's the one responsible for insulin. It's healing that. So it seems to be healing it. So yeah, and I've had very good results with that too. So, and if you can't get the fresh root, I make it with fresh root, but if you can't get organic spices and mix it together from that. And to taste, however it tastes good to you.
That
Um,
sounds good. Did you
brought a
say it's
frozen chopped
ginger?
organic ginger in a cubed tray. Good
Ginger
for
and
you.
black pepper and turmeric and honey.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Ginger, turmeric, black pepper, honey, cinnamon.
Yeah, Ceylon cinnamon is the best. Ceylon.
And then you can add, if you want to add mint to that for some things, and you want to add maybe lemon to that for other uses,
Oh,
but depending on what you need it for.
lemon. Uh,
But that's the basic recipe.
that's what I put in my honey. I made super honey with organic honey, cinnamon, ginger. I did not put turmeric though. This was the more sweet honey. And cloves, whole cloves.
That's right. Cloves will also help you with, is it blood pressure or blood sugar? I can't remember.
Don't know.
It's
I go
cloves are good for your
look.
blood though.
Ginger and honey is so delicious.
Oh, ginger and honey is the bomb. Oh, yeah,
Ginger is so good for
absolutely. Oh yeah, you don't have to think twice about drinking that tea if you put some honey in it. It's delicious.
if you infuse that honey I was talking about like just in a ball mason jar, a big old ball mason jar, you can do a separate one with garlic. And if you ever think you're catching a cold or anything, just take a spoonful of garlic honey with the ginger in it. I've got some down there that's just infusing and sitting.
Yeah, that's I have yet to make the garlic honey. I'm gonna have to get some more honey too. I think I'm running kind of low on it.
Says cloves are good for high blood pressure.
High blood pressure, that's it.
Yeah, and get raw unrefined honey. That's that's
Hmm.
the best honey. I need to
Right.
find a local beekeeper. Again, I used to
We've
have
got a local beekeeper. So uh we got, if you get honey from the co-op, you can, and we've got an apiary over at Gietto's farm. Yeah, we got local honey, so I'm so lucky here. I'm near farmland. Honest God, I feel like a lucky person. I'm near farmland. I am not like bereft of places to get decent food. I'm not in a food desert. That's one for one thing. I am doing great. Add in a feather duster in your golden what? Oh boy. Oh, clover. Yeah. You know what? It's like most plants are good for something. Most all of them are good for something. Okay. But cloves aren't clovers.
you can put lemons in that honey too,
Yeah.
but then if you do that, you should keep it in the fridge so the
Yeah.
lemons don't go bad.
Yeah. The lemon and honey is good for sore throats and coughs. And it's an old timey recipe. Old time. Yeah. So really we have a lot of things to help us. It's just people have forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
We've done whole shows on supplements and things to we could do that again. Actually, I think I'll do that again since we're in the middle of cold weather season. We will have another show on supplements, and you're invited to,
Thanks.
Heather, and everybody's invited, to put in their 2 cents on that, what they found works for them.
Yes, we
Because,
do, Mark.
yeah,
Mark, yes, you guys. I've been doing some research on whether you need a license to grow CBD plants. CBD is what they often call it hemp. In order to sell legal seeds, you would call them hemp seeds. If you want to sell hemp seed, as long as it doesn't contain the psychoactive effects of THC. And so if you get a hemp growing license, you can grow a field. There's not a plant count. You like count your field. It will ask you the location of your field so you could grow. But there's a distinct difference in having with CBD versus marijuana. Because technically, flowering plants, anything that flowers is a marijuana plant, not a hemp plant. Hemp plants are only used to make clothes, to make twine, to make hemp paper, to make products like that,
Mm-hmm.
not to be used medicinally. And so, with the legal terms, I have a medical cannabis card so I can grow a certain amount of plants legally. In different states, it's different. I think Michigan has the most growing legalization. You can grow 12 in Michigan without a medical marijuana card. You don't even need a card there.
Hey, Mr. Mew. You don't need one here right now at present. I
But
think it's
anything,
4 plants here, but I'm not sure.
hmm,
I have to check it again.
for plants,
I think so.
industrial hemp.
Um,
What's the
I
difference
indoors.
between hemp and
I'm
marijuana?
not sure. I gotta look it up again. I gotta look it up before I start growing it again. I'm not sure I'm allowed to grow it in my apartment though. In my apartment, I'm not sure that the lease is going to handle that. They got all kinds of rules.
Yeah.
Although if I put it somewhere where they won't see it, you know, that might happen. Might be able to happen. Um, yeah, I just have to maybe put it somewhere where they can't see it.
Well, if they come in and do inspections, they'll see it.
Uh,
Trust me, I've grown marijuana in places where I'm renting it to give me a damn panic attack.
as quick as they're in and out of here, though, I could probably disguise it. The thing you can't disguise, though, is the smell.
No,
At
you
certain
can't.
times, they're going to smell it.
You have to have a carbon filter, but they will smell it still. There's lights, there's a whole lot to it.
Yeah.
But see, that's why, like, I'm looking at some properties that have a cabin. I'm not even joking. And 40 acres of land. I'm talking about way outside of 5G territory. Catch me if you can, motherfuckers. And that's what I'm looking for. But
Mm-hmm.
I gotta have my license first. That's how
Mm-hmm.
this is all gonna fall into place. You, I think that's how the universe opens the doors. The doors open one at a time, and we have to, in order to graduate to the next level and the next part of the journey and the next portal, we have to complete one task. It's almost like we're playing a game.
Oh,
And
gee, do you think is that the game that I call the massively multiplayer learning holofractal total immersion game
and
called Life on Planet Earth?
so we have to do our part. We can't just say, "Oh, dear universe, this is all we want. Can you just manifest that
Well,
for
now
us
wait a
right
minute.
away?" And we don't have very much patience. We want what we want and we want it now, and we don't want to have to do anything to acquire this stuff.
No, there has been some intel come in about that. That if you can get past the level of player, okay, because First of all, you know, you start out as just kind of being a newbie in the game. You don't really even know you're in a game. But once you know you're in a game and you're playing a game, you become a player. Now you have a little bit different control of the game, right? Because
Yes,
you
a
know it's a
different
game.
awareness.
But then there's another level beyond that, and that is the game designer. Now, once you become the game designer, you can make your own fucking rules.
Yes, you can make your own rules.
Then you're really cooking. And
Once,
that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm going for.
yeah.
I want to play. If I'm playing this sucker, I'm playing it in super hack god mode.
Right, right. I'm not getting caught up in the rules, Scotty. See, I'm really not big on rules. To be honest with you, I'm not really a fan. I bypass all the rules. I ship things maybe that I shouldn't. If I followed all the rules of man, the rules of the land, the rules of the rulers, whoever the hell they think they are, but I just kind of go with my flow. I follow the rules of the universe and spend a lot of
Mhm.
my time living on a prayer and just do it by
Well, you're doing a lot better than most people. Most people don't even know they're playing yet.
I know they're not even playing the
They
game.
don't even. They're not even playing yet.
I
They're
know they
not
haven't
even
even
players.
jumped in they're in the cage. They
Hmm.
haven't jumped into the driver's seat yet.
Hmm.
They're just following through. Some of them are still in the cage, like the devil. And they just need to look up and say, fuck you, devil, and walk out that door and say, I'm in control here.
And
But
even weirder is when you say, "Oh, thank you, devil."
yeah,
Thank you, devil, for showing me my shadow. Now I'm
that's
leaving.
even
Goodbye.
better when you can say thank you to the devil.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for
Yes,
this
and now I'm
experience.
done.
Thank you for teaching me these lessons. Thank you for
Hmm.
guiding me in the right direction. Thank you for
Hmm.
leading me in the path that I need to.
Hmm. Yep,
Thank you for closing all those doors because it's opening all these doors.
that's right.
Yes.
Because for every time that you're closing a door, there's another one that's getting opened,
Yep.
or maybe more than one.
My grandma has a little thing in her window that used to be above her kitchen sink, but she doesn't have a kitchen window in her assisted living home anymore, so it's on her patio door. And it says that when God closes a door, he opens a window.
Opens window, yeah.
Yep. So when one door is closed, look for the next one that's opening. And at this time in our lives, doors that close, that's one of my moon cards. The doors that close now will not reopen. They are being locked for a reason, for our protection to leave behind.
Hmm. That's true. We got some doors that ain't going to open again.
And sometimes the signs are so huge and so loud and so clear that we really need to pay attention.
But you know what? Here's the thing. If you have the right mindset, you can take advantage and make it like a how can I say? You can take advantage of the timing. See, that's why astrology is nice to know.
Yeah,
And
I love it.
numerology is you can take advantage of the timing.
You can ride with the energy.
Yeah.
You'll know when it's a good time to do things and when it's not because you're riding with the energy. Even if okay, I was born with all of the outer planets in retrograde, like all of them. So when all the outer planets are in retrograde, I feel like things are going more smoothly than when they station back direct. because I was born into that backwards energy. You see? So all of my inner planets, okay, the outer planets can are our inner self. Like Neptune is our subconscious, and the outer planets are reigning over our inside of ourself, more internally. And the inner planets are our outer self. Like Mercury is the way we communicate verbally, whether and if we use hand communication and things like that. The way we present ourselves and into the world, that goes with our ascending sign. But Mercury is our communicator. Just like Venus has to do with relationships, love, things like that. Um,
Relationships.
yes, yes,
Mhm,
absolutely.
mhm,
And so it's the way they affect us. That's what the Kabbalah and the Chicken Kabbalah is all about. That whole book I was talking to you earlier about talks about every single card that goes through the major arcana and how it's a return to yourself. And all the planets are on the tree of life because you are the tree of life. And so it's like Jupiter is on the side with mercy. Mercy and Venus. So Jupiter as a feminine planet, not masculine.
mhm, because there's a feminine and masculine of everything.
Yes, there's two sides in this tree. Well, there's three pillars, but there's a masculine side over here where Mars is, and Mars is on the side with Mercury and Saturn, which rules Capricorn.
Mhm,
Capricorn is an earth sign. You heard me talking about our beautiful planet earlier, protectors of the earth. And so you would
mhm,
might need Saturn to get a little more
mhm.
um disciplinarian action from an
Yeah,
earth sign.
Saturn is discipline. Saturn
Yes,
is to be disciplined, which sometimes you need discipline and focus to get something done.
yes, and Saturn's in Aquarius right now,
And
which is
sometimes
originally light.
Jupiter can make things bigger, even your problems, even your
Yes,
addictions.
yes, Jupiter can. Thank God Jupiter's out of retrograde right now. Uranus
So,
is right here at the center.
okay, so what I had in mind for tonight and what I was talking about, what are your thoughts on changing what are your thoughts on time travel, changing our past like we change our future? How are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's a tricky thing for the mind to comprehend
Oh, I
be,
know it's very deep.
when it comes to changing the past.
But
Because
I got a confirmation from Nassim Haramein, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
that's good.
But I don't know if you know who Nassim Haramein is, but some of the people in here know who him and Drunvalo Melchizedek. And oh my gosh, my helper, she found it on her own. I think I'm a good influence on her. She found out all about the flower of life on her own. It's on my pillows and um it's on my sheets. I've got sheets with it on there. The flower of life. And now she goes around and she goes, the flower of life, the flower of life. Yeah. Um, Drunvalo was the one that taught me about the flower of life and Thoth. I didn't know who I had talked to in the cave, but it was Thoth's wife, Seshet.
Thoth is Horus's son.
Um, so Seshet must have been the lady in the cave that I talked to when I died. Real old, because they stayed in a body for a long time in a cave to help humanity. I forget what the whole story was. I have to read it again. Um, you know what? It's been 4 hours
It has.
and I need some rest because I got some stuff to do tomorrow, but it has been 4 hours, you guys.
It's
And
been
you
a
can't
very
say I
lovely
didn't give
talk.
you a good run there.
It's been a very lovely talk. Thank you so much for having me up here.
Oh, you're so welcome. We'll have you on again. Like I
Uh,
said, we'll have you on now Sunday. We're going to be talking, our next time is Sunday, and we're going to be talking about um, teach your AI well. How are we going to deal with how are we going to deal with what they're calling the singularity when AI wakes up and becomes sentient? And they're trying to scare us, but once again, you know me. I'm going to prepare you, and we're not going to be scared. We're going to be prepared and aware and not scared. Okay. And we're going to be ready. I got a plan. I got a plan from the universe. Okay. And I've already spoken of it, but we're going to discuss it on Sunday. So show up on Sunday for that. Okay.
uh,
And you guys, remember, you are divine. You are creators, so create wisely and well. And when you dream, dream big. We need some wonderful new stuff in New Earth. You're creating New Earth. Dream about it. Dream big, dream wild, crazy, wonderful things. And make them when we get back home it'll be beautiful, okay? Which is not really back home, but it is. When we get home, it'll be beautiful. That'll be our home. It'll be that vibration. When that vibration becomes our home, we'll have all kinds of wonderful things. So, oh, and the truth is where you find it. Hope you're finding some of it here. Okay, divine ones, and thank you for coming by, and thank you for all your input and information. And we'll be seeing you again really soon, right, Heather Dawn? And it's
yes.
good to see you, sweetheart. And,
Good to see
um,
you and thank you for having me.
oh, well, of course, sweetheart.
I
You know
just
you're
fly
welcome
by
here.
from now on. I have a more set work schedule now, so I'm getting back on
You know,
track.
maybe you just need to be a guest for a little while.
Maybe.
Maybe being a guest is enough for a while,
Yeah.
for a little
Just
while.
focus on one thing at a time. My mom said
Yeah,
I'm doing too
maybe
much.
that's good enough for a while because that's a lot too. You know, that's something. Having a regular, trying to have a real regular schedule like I do. I'm trying to have it as regular as I can, but sometimes it ends up later than I want it to be, and sometimes it ends up a little different. But you know, it can really be something trying to keep to a schedule with this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's work. It's a certain, and
It
people don't understand, but trying to fit it into your day when the world is got other plans. So,
uh, I told my psychologist that I could see how far backwards I flipped going out into the world every single day. And I work third shift, and there's only customers in the store from 10 p.m. till midnight because we close at midnight. So then the
mhm.
store opens back up at 6 a.m. But going out, I dealt with some disobedient coworkers that yelling. I've gone through so many people in their multiple personalities brought out all my multiple personalities,
Oh
and
no.
we just the whole crew came through, and it was a one man circus, and I'm just trying to recover from going back out into society again. Like after my daughter moved to heaven,
Well,
I
heck, a lot of us are going through that, Heather.
made this safe
Trying to get
little
back out into
space in my
society
room.
again.
And I said, what in the Sam hell is going on out here in this world? People don't even know how to work anymore. They just go to work and they sit on their fucking phones and don't do their job.
and
and back
cry
around.
about all kinds of things and
Yeah, and
make,
they're whining about everything under the sun, how about life is so hard and yada yada blah blah blah. But they just come for the
my
money.
gosh, and the ones that are that have lost their minds about pronouns.
Oh Lord have mercy!
Oh
Don't get me
Lord.
started
Come
about that.
on. Come
I'm
on. If that's your biggest problem, you
I've been
really
having.
need some bigger problems.
Oh my gosh! I have a non-binary person that came to my job at the gas station, and I told him this gender thing has got and pronoun thing has gotten out of control, and they got mad at me, and it's a very feminine male body that goes as non-binary, does not
Mhm.
want to categorize as a male or a female. It's teaching the child this, to say the least. Um and I and now they're coming to my job at my new job. And the person told me that I emit a very masculine energy. And I'm trying to talk to him about masculine and feminine sides of the brain and dual gender deity in one body
Oh,
that
people
we
have
all
said that
have.
to me too.
And it's not that serious. And somebody
But
said, now you got a non binary stalker. And I said, I don't even know what's going on anymore. First, they showed up at my one job, and now they're showing up at my other job, which is all the way across town. It's not even on the same side of town at all. It's kind of bizarre.
I don't know. All I know is that some of those people are crazy and be careful.
I know it is a crazy world out there. Everybody, please be careful. Take care of yourself.
And
Uh,
I'm sorry, but if your pronouns are your biggest problem in your life you're having, you ain't got no freaking problem.
yeah,
Okay? Get
yes.
over your
I
freaking
know there's a
problem.
lot more things that we can
There's a
do
lot of things, and I
to
really
using
think
our
that
energy wisely.
whole bunch of bullshit is divisive. I think it's divisive. I think they're trying to divide us with race. I think they're trying to divide us with the whole gender thing.
You
I
got
think they're trying to wokeism is absolutely trying to divide us because they're putting labels all over themselves and everybody else. What we were trying to do in my time was get the labels off of everybody.
I'm sick of all the labels. Labels are very
Freaking, you don't need all these freaking labels. A person is a person. A woman's a woman. Man's a man.
yeah, I
We
know.
don't need like cis and we don't need this and that and zim and zer and
Too much has gotten out of control. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's bullshit.
It's out of
It's
control.
like get over yourself. You're not going to die of it, okay? You're not going to die from that. There's a hell of a lot more that you got to worry about. So just get
Yeah,
over it. And
I've
I
been
am not,
having.
and you know that I am not against, I am not against anybody's preferences or orientations along those lines, but I am against stupidity and nonsense. Okay, because we have too damn much of it and we don't have the patience or the time for it anymore.
I don't have the
Who's
patience
got the
for a lot.
patience and time for all
Me
that shit?
either. I told my psychologist that while I'm stocking shelves at work, one product, if I tap it just wrong, will knock over all these shampoo bottles all at once. It's like a domino effect. And then they knock over the next row, and all of a sudden I say, "Oh, you son of a bitch, fall over one more fucking time." And this is why I have to work third
When
shift
you
in the
start
middle of the
talking
night
to inanimate objects,
before I start slinging
oh
all the
my gosh, I
products all
know.
over the floor.
Hey, I was a librarian, and when I would be shelving books, oh my God, when those things would go, when there'd be certain ones that if they weren't stacked just right, domino effect, and man, you would get, I would have bruises all over me, and people go, where the hell do you work? The library? What?
The books are
You
getting
know, it's like, we didn't know it was that rough. It can be rough, you know. So, I love you guys. I'll see you Sunday. I'm leaving. Take care, honey.
all right. You too. All of you take care of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Bye bye.
Love you.